Hi everyone, hope you all are doing well. Welcome to another past paper revision session of strategic business leadership. See, the motive of these classes is basically to make sure that you have done enough practice for this paper and the clearance of this paper. So far, if you have been through my approach, my teaching approach, it's kind of a similar thing that any student can do, that you have 4 mini mocks, right? You have 4 mini mocks, which you have to do, and we have done in the class, right? Then we have 3 specimens, which you have to do, we have done in the class. Then we have 1 ACCA practice question, which you guys have to do, and we have done in the class, machine shop. Okay, then I must add here the 2 new specimens. Okay, 2 new specimens on the new format, that new format of SBL. Okay, so we have also covered that in our classes, right? We had also covered that in our classes. So, and then in the last class, we covered co-fold construction, right? We covered co-fold construction. So now my motive is to get you guys a practice or in an approach of solving different papers. Because if you are in an approach of solving different papers, that's going to be helping you in your exam. Ideally, you guys should have solved all these papers with you and then have shared with me the answers for checking. But nevertheless, if you guys haven't solved that, you guys can see these classes and get in touch with me and get the things solved. Okay, so this is how you're gonna be making sure that you clear this exam. Okay, so let's just start with another paper. Let's just start with another paper. That's Hilite. That's from hotel industry. See, the maximum industries we can cover, we'll be making sure that we cover that, right? And if you guys are not, I will say, if you guys are not reviewed my book, I would just suggest you to have an eye on it, right? Because this book is designed for your help. I have compiled maximum past papers, which might have removed from ACCA's website till now. But the best thing is to practice, right? Rather than going for questions from P1, P3, make sure that you practice these things and these past papers, because these are the key to pass. Okay, so let me just show you a model answer. See, the best thing what I have done, like after solving every paper, if any of the student has an interest of solving paper by themselves without seeing my classes, so what they're going to be doing, they're going to be at least reading my sample answer, the pointers that I have made, right? The pointers that you can write, and I have made that. So you can solve that. Okay, you can solve that, see that, and then draft your answer. Otherwise, you can look at my classes. When we have solved 4 or 5 questions, then you will be able to deal with the technique that have been taught to you about how to write the answer. And if the technique has been taught, then try to solve it more and more papers. Okay, for upcoming attempt, my plan is to solve maximum papers with you guys, so that we can start, we can draft without hesitating. Okay, so this is the paper, December 18, right? Let's just discuss that. Now again, the first paper is an important one, right? Now again, the first paper is an important one. Therefore, I would like to share or read or do the detailed analysis here. The ideal plan would be same. Try to read the paper, taking as much as time you want, plan it, and then we'll move on to the software and draft it with you, okay? And then we'll move on to the software and draft it with you. So Hilite Hotels is a listed hotel chain located in the country of D-Land. D-Land has a developed economy. Now see, the country has a developed economy, okay? The D-Land. And again, this is an hotel industry. If you have attempted a mini mock of mine, then you must have done Zilber question. And this is kind of a similar to Zilber. So which has experienced strong growth in the last 15 years. So this company has grown strongly from last 15 years. This company has grown strongly from last 15 years. Okay. D-Land also has highly developed tourism industry. D-Land also has a highly developed tourism industry. Now, Hilite's competitive advantage is built on its highly competitive pricing strategy. Okay. Hilite's competitive advantage is built on its highly competitive pricing strategy, and this has been a significant factor. In its current position as the leading hotel brand in the land. See, I have highlighted the important points. I have made sure that whatever the points I'm going to write in the scenario, I highlight it. And I make sure that the highlighted points have been reflected in the multiple questions, right? Now, Highlites normally attracts those travelers seeking on no frills accommodation. Hilite normally attracts those travelers seeking no frills accommodation at a reasonable price, and as such is referred as a budget hotel chain. I hope you guys know about budget hotel chain. They are not the luxurious one, okay? They are not the luxurious one. They are the budget hotels. So this gives you a greater idea that whenever who has traveled a lot or who has been to hotels, they must have an idea that how do budget hotels operate, what are the customer classes the budget hotels have, and how exactly they deal with the customer. So this experience of the hotel industry is going to allow you to make some extra points, and that extra points is surely going to benefit you in the exam. If you remember the answer scheme of any exam, at top there is written that no answer can be the same as of the other answer. If I write, I might get passing marks, and if you guys write the other way around, you might also get the passing marks. The reason is that this requires points to be made. We make sure that maximum points in the required time is made. We make sure that maximum points in the required time is made. Now see, every Hilite hotel room provides an ensuite bathroom, TV, free Wi-Fi, internet access, and each hotel offers a complimentary breakfast service. Okay? However, Hilite hotels do not provide additional services such as bars, restaurants, leisure facilities. Every Hilite hotel has a similar layout and design and are mostly located at airports, city center locations, and close to major transport routes. Now, this is the edge of Hilite, that they are near to the airport. So anyone who's going to land, he's going to go to Hilite. They are in the city centers, because I travel a lot and I prefer to live in city centers. So whatever hotel is cheaper in the city center, I prefer that I live there, and then close to the major transport routes, such as D-Land's main road networks and train stations, transport routes networks and train stations, okay? Now, Hilite was founded about 40 years ago, beginning with 2 hotels in the capital city of D-Land. Okay, so it begins with 2 hotels in the capital city of D-Land. Since then, it has grown significantly, operating 510 hotels, approximately 46,000 rooms by the end of 2007 and 8 financial year. Note Hilite's financial year end is 30th June They have 510 hotels. They started with 2 hotels in the capital city of D-Land, and it is now biggest, largest hotel chain in D-Land. Since it was founded, all of the highlights growth has been achieved organically. So now they have grown so far. They have grown organically. They haven't acquired, right? Now see, this page gives you how much idea. This page gives you a lot of idea that what exactly the company has done. Okay, so no acquisition, with investment being gradually made in new highlight brand hotels each year throughout D-Land. Although it is currently the leading hotel brand in D-Land in terms of market share, Highlight faces fierce competition from several home-based and international hotel chains. Right? So Highlight faces competition from several home-based and international hotel chains. So we have a competition also, right? Now you can expect the questions that gonna arise. Now you can expect the questions here. Now, in the last 10 years, Highlight has made significant investment in web-based tech, which has resulted over 75% of room booking in 2007-8 financial year being completed through Highlight's website. Now 75% of rooms, 75% of rooms can be booked through website. 75% rooms can be booked through website. Now that's great, right? Highlight operates with low number of staff in each hotel, but the staff in these hotels is highly trained to provide excellent customer service. Highlight value its staff highly and strongly committed to staff development and retention. So they train their staff, they try to retain their staff, Highlight pays above the D-Land national minimum wage in order to encourage staff commitment and loyalty. So Highlight pays above D-Land's national minimum wage in order to encourage staff commitment and loyalty. Now here comes a question that you have a single rule, that you have a single, I would say, identity. That's you are a senior business analyst. Okay, this comes with a singular identity, that you are a senior business analyst working within the business analysis department of Highlight. You report to the chief business analyst, who reports directly to finance director and wide range of business strategic issues. So you report to chief business analyst, who reports to the finance director. The following exhibits should be used to undertake the tasks asked of you by chief business analyst and the finance director. First is executive statement, report on the performance. Then hotel industry is being given to you. Then fact sheet relating to Highlight's proposed acquisition target. Then D-Land daily news article, extract of senior management team, board meeting minutes. So one of the question in live classes have been a lot of asked, whether we see this class or we do attempt the question by our own. So the best plan which I'd suggest is that attempt the question by your own and then see the classes. So identify the differences or the points that you never picked. So this will enable you, and this is kind of a self-development exercise, right? This is kind of a self-development exercise. So the case requirements are included in the tasks shown below. The case requirements are included in the task shown below. So what are the case requirements? The board of, now you are having a one role, okay? Not more than that, you are just having the one role. The board of Highlight is currently looking to develop the Highlight's business model in Velandia. Right, the Highlight's business model in Velandia, a developing country with good growth model. So you have got an acquisition in Velandia, right? Currently looking to develop in Velandia, however, as operating in a different country would be a new strategic direction for Highlight. The finance director has stated that before any such strategy is considered, it is important to understand the key factors in its home country of D-Land which have driven success to Highlight. So okay, Now, what you have to do, that you are going to operate in a different country. So you want to identify the reasons of success. You want to identify the reasons of success that you have got from highlights success in D-land. So that these reasons needs to be make sure that we implement in a new country. So the chief business analyst has asked you to prepare briefing notes, right? For the finance director. See, I've highlighted the task we have to do. Briefing notes for the finance director for consideration at the next board meeting, which discusses the key factors which have enabled Highlight to be successful in its home country of the land. So now, professional skills are available for analysis skills. You have got 19 marks, so you make sure you make 11 or 12 good points. And see, time allocation should be that you have this paper was a 4-hour paper, right? And now the changed paper is 3 hours and 15 minutes. Now the changed paper is 3 hours and 15 minutes. So there's a difference between two papers, right? So time allocation of this paper shall not be followed, because now the paper would be less. You will have an industry, but this paper is really good for the practice purpose, okay? Now, the first thing is that you have to make a briefing note consideration at the next board meeting, which discusses the key factors which have enabled Highlight to be successful. So now this is not a SFA model. You're not going to acquire. You need to write down the key factors that led you to have a success in this country, okay? Now, the board has the board of Highlight has identified an existing chain of hotels called Comfi Stay, located in Beelandia, which it is considering acquiring. So the chief business analyst has passed you a fact sheet which he prepared containing data relating to the proposed acquisition. Using the fact sheet referred to above, any other relevant information, prepare a report for finance director which evaluates the proposal to acquire Comfi Stay. So now first you need to identify the reasons that have led you to the success. First you need to identify the reasons that have led you to the success. And now you have to acquire another hotel. So you need to make sure that you apply SFA here, right? And this is exhibits allocation. So we'll allocate the exhibits once we have read that, okay? So two easy questions, I would say. Two really, really, really easy questions. Now, following a subsequent decision by Highlight Board, the proposed acquisition of Comfi Stay Chain has recently been announced in deal and stock market, and market has reacted positively. However, there have been some negative press reports. You are going to acquire Comfi and you are facing some allegations. If someone has done cheap get, they might resemble the requirements. So see, the requirements are kind of a similar in nature for SBL. The requirements are kind of a similar in nature for SBL. So about proposed acquisitions of criticizing Highlight, the chief executive of Highlight is very concerned about those reports and has asked the business analysis team to consider Highlight's responses, prepare a draft press release responding to the criticisms, assessing the social and environmental impact of Highlight's proposed investment in Evelandia, with a view to reassuring its stakeholders of Highlight's intentions to maintain its high principles and standards in acquiring the Comfi Stay hotel chain. Acquiring the Comfi Stay hotel chain. Professional skills marks are available for demonstrating communication skills, and you have got 13 marks here. And you have got 13 marks here. Right? So now you are going to write a press release. So see, for these type of formats, the tone matters. For these type of format, the tone matters. So press release is the ideal format that needs to be asked here. Communication skills. So requirement, success factors in D-land, acquisition is in Comfy, in VLandia, then press release for the negative publicity. Now, although Highlight shareholders have generally responded favorably to the proposed acquisition of Comfy Stay Hotel chain, Highlight board is considering how it should effectively communicate with all of its key stakeholders to ensure that they understand strategic decisions and direction of the business. The finance director has recently asked the board to consider the use of integrated reporting in assisting in this communication in the building relationships. So we got a question from integrated reporting. Now see what they are saying, that the finance director has asked you to provide her with briefing notes, which she will use to assist her in discussions with Highlights board members, which assesses the role and benefits of integrated reporting. Now see the requirements. You have to assess the role and benefits of integrated reporting in assisting the effective communication and in building relationships with Highlights key stakeholders. And we have skills of evaluation here. So you remember what we need to do in evaluation skills. We need to write pros and cons. So guys, you got many requirements now, right? You got a requirement for integrated reporting, and examiner highlights that students doesn't follow the requirement pattern. They want you to write role and benefits of integrated reporting and make sure you assist them in writing an effective communication, as well as building relationships with Highlights key stakeholders, okay? So at the most recent board meeting, a discussion occurred on the potential threat. Hi everyone. Apologies. The internet got disturbed in a while, so therefore I'm here now to complete the questions now. Okay. So question 3. So far, what we have been tested here, in Highlight is that the chief business analyst asked you to prepare a briefing note for the finance director and discuss the key factors that led you that you got successful in the home country D-land. Our home country is a D-land, right? And then we have fact sheet referred, right? Other relevant information also, that we have to make a report for the finance director, which evaluates the proposal to acquire the Comfy Stay Hotel chain. So which evaluates the proposal to acquire the Comfy Stay Hotel chain. So one question was to determine the reasons that why you got successful, and the other one is the acquisition. The second question that asked you that basically you were involved in an acquisition, so it asked you to that acquisition might be not up to the mark that you are operating in your hotels, so you got some negative attention. So you got here some negative attention, and therefore you're going to prepare a press release responding to the criticism, assessing the social and environmental impact of Highlight's proposed investment in VLandia, with a view to reassuring its stakeholders of Highlight's intentions, maintain its high principles and standards in acquiring the Comfy Stay Hotel chain. And you'll get 13 marks for this. So although Highlight's shareholders have generally responded favorably to the proposed acquisition of Comfy Stay Hotel chain, Highlight board is considering how it should effectively communicate with all of its key stakeholders, right? So they want to communicate with their key stakeholders, ensure that they understand the strategic decisions. The finance director has recently added integrated reporting. So now think of the questions that you have. One is success factors in D-land. Second is acquisition. Third is press release for the criticism that you have got. Fourth is integrated reporting for the roles and benefits and how it led to effective communication and building relationship in highlight. How it lead to effective communication and building relationship in highlight. Then the third question. See, this question is segregated into three different questions having two different marks. So three different questions having two different marks, two different parts. So at the most recent board meeting of Highlight, a discussion occurred on the potential threat of disruptive technologies in the hotel industry. So if anyone of you remembers the Zilber question, Zilber was also an hotel industry and it got disruptive technology also. If you have solved this Zilber with me, you must have an idea that it had an question from disruptive technology. Right, the hotel industry. Following this meeting, the chief executive has requested further information for the board on its issue. The chief business analyst has asked you to write a report for the next board meeting, which discusses the potential challenges to highlight posed by development of disruptive technologies which are emerging in the hotel industry and highlight the potential application of disruptive technology which may be considered by highlight. So now in this question, you have to be in the industry. You have to think of the industry. You have to make sure that you are not going here and there and you are focusing on the questions that you have been given, that potential challenges of highlight posed by development of disruptive technology. Now think of it that what are the challenges in an hotel industry for disruptive technology? That must be the card check-in. Now that's been disruptor, right? Card check-in. And if you're not listed on Airbnb, so if anyone who's listed on Airbnb or booking.com or Agoda, they'll book hotels from there. In fact, I just recently traveled to Middle East and Southeastern Asia, so I used Agoda and all that. So if you're not listed, your hotel's not listed there, you lose the share, right? So these are the disruptive technologies. Mobile bookings, payment from mobiles, card machines, these all are the disruptive technologies, right, for the hotel industries. Professional marks are for skepticism, because here you need to skeptically check where you are lacking, right? Skeptically see what you are lacking so that any disruptor or any technology could outdate you. And the B is 3 presentation slides for risk identified and the potential outcomes of each information of systems risk identified by finance director and recommended actions, right? So you have got different risk here which are identified by the finance director. You have to recommend actions there and each risk which highlight should take in order to control these risks. Now 6 requirements, ideally you have 6 requirements. One is success factors in D-land. Second is acquisition. Third is press release. Fourth is integrated reporting. Fifth is you have to write a report for this development of disruptive technology in hotel industry. And sixth is risks and the outcomes and how highlight should mitigate these risks. So these all are the 6 requirements that you have, right? These all are the 6 requirements that you have. So is the question done now? No, we haven't read the exhibits. Then we have to draft on the exam platform. What are you thinking of, guys? We have many questions now to attempt in these past papers practice sessions. We have many questions now to attempt. Yeah. So let's read the first question that's been asked here. The first question that's been asked here. Exhibit 1, Chief Executive Statement Report on Performance. So here's a report on performance here. So Bernie Walks, Chief Executive. In highlight, we have created D-Land's most popular hotel brand. It is strength of our brand. Now these are popular. They are operating in a developed country. So you have to remember these points, right? Along with our superb hotel staff who deliver great service every day, who deliver great service every day, which underpins our success and is a key driver of our future growth. Okay, and is a key driver of our future growth. So we continue to deliver a market leading customer experience by focusing on the quality of our service, the best choice of locations, and great value for money. The best choice of locations and great value for money. Through our network of 510 hotels, almost 46,000 rooms, we offer customers the widest choice of locations, 20% of more than our nearest competitor. Now think, now see, they are focusing on quality and they have a network of 510 hotels, 46,000 rooms. Usually hotels performance is monitored on rooms, that how much rooms, how many rooms are occupied, okay? Widest choice of locations, they have 20% more than any competitor. Now that's great, right? 20% more than any competitor. This means our guests are able to stay closer to their destination, which is important to both our business and leisure customers, okay? Which is important to both our business and leisure customers. Another year of strong sales and profit growth. So this has been a successful year for Hilite. Now think of the requirements, right? Think of the requirements there. Why they are successful in D-Land. Why they are successful in D-Land, okay? With record levels of customer satisfaction, this has helped to achieve sales growth, leading to rise in profits and strong returns for our shareholders. This has helped to achieve sales growth, leading to rise in profits and strong returns for our shareholders. We now employ almost 11,000 people. We now employ almost 11,000 people. That's really great, right? Working across our 510 hotels and head office. In the financial year to June 2008, total sales grew by 9.1%. Total sales grew by 9.1% on the previous year to 1072 million. So they have a sales growth of 9.1%. They have a sales growth of 9.1%. We achieved a 9.5% growth in our underlying pre-tax profit to $236 million. Okay, so we have achieved 9.5% growth in underlying pre-tax profit, and this growth is profit has produced a strong operating cash flow. So they are cash rich company. Okay, they are cash rich. They have enough cash with themselves. They have enough cash with themselves, which has supported investment in the business. And if you have cash, you guys can invest, you guys can go here and there. Total hotel room occupancy remained high as we finished the year with an average room occupancy rate of 79.5%. As an average room occupancy rate of 79.5%. Okay. Now, there is a continuing growth of the budget hotel market as the luxury and mid-price sectors continue to decline. So see, the budget hotels are growing because the luxury items are more expensive and cannot be bought easily. Luxury items are more expensive and cannot be bought easily. So therefore, people are preferring the budget hotels, okay? We offer the widest choice of locations in D-Land, the best value for money, and through investment in our sites and hotel staff, a great product in the marketplace. This year, we invested over $80 million on refurbishments as well as upgrading the customer's digital experience. Our website, Hilite Hotels, welcome 80% of our customers who's booked directly with us, giving significant competitive advantage. Now see, they have direct customers, okay? They don't use any particular platform. They don't use any platform. They don't use any platform like Agoda or Booking.com or Airbnb. They don't use that. Okay, they don't use that. In fact, I remember this question is from December 2018. That time Airbnb has just grown, right? So this was tested. So SBL sometimes tests what's currently happening in market, right? It tests sometimes what currently happening in market. Okay. So however, the environment in which we operate is evolving. The environment in which we operate is evolving. Competitor dynamics are changing through both traditional and disruptive channels. Customers are demanding more value and greater quality. Technology is developing quickly, especially digitally, and with cost structures under pressure, there's a growing need to focus on productivity and efficiency. In order to continue to be successful in the future, we'll need to invest to extend our current capabilities and also build new ones. So they are going to extend their capabilities as well as they are going to think of, I must say, the new capabilities they can develop. So KPIs of them, revenue growth is 9.1%. The target was 8%. So revenue has grown higher. Pre-tax profit growth was 9.5% and the target is 9%. So it has also gone higher. Staff retention rate is 52% and target is 55%. So staff retention is kind of low, but still they have managed that. 6.2 training days per employee, target was 5.5. So they have trained their employees well. 91%, 0.6% was customer satisfaction. Target was 90, above the target. Customer return visits 47%. Target was 45%. Commitment to the environment, it was 2.4% reduction in CO2 and the target was 3%. Recycling of 85% of waste, target was 83%. So all of the factors are nearly higher than the targets apart from staff retention rate, yet it's fine. Focus for the future. We have identified 4 key strategic themes to ensure the continued success of our brand. Okay, we have identified 4 key strategic themes to ensure the continued success of our brand. Focus on growth and innovation in our core highlight business. Focus on growth and innovation in our core highlight business. They are focusing on how to grow and how to be innovative. We must continue to develop our market-leading customer focus with further product innovation and inconsistent delivery of quality service and value. Innovation is vital to our future success. We must improve our digital capabilities to ensure we stay ahead in this rapidly changing environment. To ensure we stay ahead in this rapidly changing environment. Okay. And focus on our strengths to grow internationally. Now they haven't been grown internationally. They haven't been grown internationally. So there are exciting market opportunities. There are exciting market opportunities for establishing of highlight brand outside the land. They have got some opportunity which will be discussed in the later exhibits. As international growth is a new area of development for Highlight, we'll need to focus our resources on the best opportunities which will produce the highest returns and match our high expectations of quality, value for money, commitment, and staff sustainability. Okay, commitment and staff sustainability. Okay. Now, to deliver long-term sustainable returns, we must invest for the long term to ensure we have the skills to become more agile in digital capabilities and build efficient and sustainable infrastructure. Okay, and build efficient and sustainable infrastructure. Just a second. Sorry. So they want to become more sustainable, right? They want to become more sustainable in returns. We have the skills to become more agile in digital capabilities and build efficient and sustainable infrastructure. We are committed to creating a great place to work with a strong commitment to equality and diversity. We'll continue to commit to staff development opportunities. Okay, we'll continue to commit staff development opportunities, which will help them realize their potential, investing around $10 million annually. Okay, which will help them realize their potential, investing around $10 million individually, or sorry, annually. And now that means they are developing more on their staff. Okay, that means they are developing more on their staff, investing a lot on their staff, which is obviously a good thing to have it, right? Which is obviously a good thing. We welcome the introduction of the new D-Land National Living Wage, which we implemented 6 months in advance of the government's launch date. Okay, which we implemented 6 months in advance in the government launch date. Now focus on sustainability. So they are investing $10 million annually on the staff development, right? On the staff development. Focus on sustainability. We'll continue to build on our focus and reputation of operating as a sustainable and environmentally friendly business. We are committed to continued development and investment in sustainability and environment management systems to reduce our levels of wastage, decrease our CO2 emissions, and work towards becoming a carbon neutral business. Okay, so work towards becoming a carbon neutral business. Over the next 3 to 4 years, we'll need to upgrade our systems and infrastructure to improve our sustainable positions. All of our staff will continue to be trained in environmental management and sustainability awareness, and targets will continue to be set. So see, they have got the staff retention, and now they are investing around $10 million, right? $10 million on staff development, right? In skills and development programs. They have a good sustainability commitment also, although they didn't met their target, but they are more focusing towards the emissions, because the hotel industries kind of pollute environment a lot, but CE has represented his company very well and defined each of the every particular head very well here. Okay, now exhibit 2. Now what's exhibit 2? It's basically telling the exhibit 2, it's basically telling D-Land's hotel industry report. Okay, it's basically telling D-Land hotel industry report 2008, a challenging year for D-Land's hotel industry, by Professor RJ Steve, Chief Analyst of the D-Land Travel and Hospitality Institute. Now think of all the points that you have got till now, right? Why they have been successful. They are constantly investing, they have good growth targets, they are making sure trainings, right? They are CO2 possessive, they never compromise on quality or service. So these all are the factors, right? These all are the factors. Something was written here that room occupancy rate is an industry standard KPI which shows the percentage of available rooms. Okay, so it's basically occupancy rate is a KPI. Now, as 2008 draws to a close, it looks like it will be largely positive years for many hotels in D-Land. So it's a positive year for many hotels in D-Land. Okay. But that does not mean businesses can become complacent. Okay, that does not mean businesses can become complacent. Tourism has continued to thrive in D-Land. One of the factors of success is tourism is getting an increase in D-Land despite the continued global effects of recession, with hotels seeing an average rise in visitor by over 8%, with hotels seeing average rise in visitor by over 8%. D-Land has highly developed hotel and travel industry. Both online travel agents and traditional high street travel companies are thriving in D-Land. Okay, are thriving in D-Land. Online hotel bookings, websites, and price comparison sites are thriving business to be more competitive and offer better and more flexible pricing options. Okay, so online hotels, websites are driving businesses to more competitive, might or can be discussed in disruptive. This can be a disruptive. No? If someone is not operating online, they'll be kicked out of the market. Continued investment. This has to a significant extent been assisted by the DLAN's government continued investment in national infrastructure. So DLAN's government is continuously investing in national infrastructure, particularly the new airport recently opened in Boria, DLAN's second largest city, that generated additional 2.5 million international visitors. Yes, if the new airport is being launched, it will automatically attract visitors. I remember recently, not in Pakistan, but in India, Bangalore city had a new airport, right? I just saw some IPL teams visiting there, and that was really great. That airport was great, and many of the cricketers, celebrities visited that airport and posted that it's awesome. So see, when you have a good airport, it automatically generates. When you have a good airport, it automatically generates. I would say it automatically generates revenue for each and everyone. Okay. So this generated an additional revenue of 2.5 million international visitors, approximately 80% of them visiting D-Land for leisure. In addition, both at national and regional level, investment has been high in road and rail network development. So one of the reasons that I think the Hilite is successful is because the government is investing significantly on the infrastructure that's attracting tourism here. That's attracting, although Hilite has performed well, but that's attracting tourism here. Okay. Yeah. This has also led to growth in business activity in the economy. Okay. Which in turn has created more opportunities and created a highly competitive environment. In 2008, two new national branded chains of hotels have opened in the main tourist centers of D-Land. National competition remains intense. Yeah, right. National competition remains intense. And Water Bay Leisures and ZZ Halls Group, two of the D-Land's most long-established luxury hotel chain, have gone out of the business. Now, two hotels have gone out, the luxury hotels. They just went closed. And why? See, because there's an economic downturn. The luxury persons are not affording the luxury hotels. So budget hotels have gone high and luxury hotels have gone out of business. So passengers living here would automatically have gone budget hotels, would automatically have gone budget hotels. Okay. Okay, so this is a stack warning to those D-Land hotels which do not remain competitive and customer focused. So this is a stack warning to those D-Land hotels which do not remain competitive and customer focused, right? It is clear that innovation is critical to the survival of hotel businesses, and technology continues to be a key driver in the marketplace. Most of the D-Lands hotel chains are now offering online booking facilities and, as a minimum, are developing online apps. Yes, sometimes you can develop your own online app, right? To enable guests to communicate and manage bookings more effectively. Impact of stakeholders. So you can see that also. It is clear, sorry, D-Land's traveler continue to be highly demanding leisure and business customers, expecting high standards, but also good value for money. Okay, so they are expecting a good value for money. Recent survey of online hotel customers clearly indicated that 70% would shop around for the best deal in best location. Okay, so 70% of the people would shop around the best deals in the best locations. The hotel travel industry was hit hard in many countries by the recession, and number of hotel and travel companies went out of business here, right? They went out of business. However, those which survived did so by focusing on customer needs. They survived with so by focusing on customer needs and operating efficiently. So you have to focus on your customer needs. You have to focus here, okay? The government also continues to value the hotel and travel industry. Nearly half of the universities in D-land offer travel and tourism qualifications, which are highly regarded throughout the region. The government has recently announced further investment and tax breaks for employers offering job creation. So government is also supporting you. Government is also supporting, right? So this is also a favorable factor, okay? Government also supporting in wide range of industries, including travel and tourism. Now, challenges in hotel industry for 2009 and beyond. Customers want an outstanding personalized experience. If the hotel industry in D-land wants to deliver an outstanding individualized customer experience, it must understand customer needs. Okay, it must understand customer needs. This will be a challenge because customer needs are continually evolving and they are increasingly demanding personalized communications, excellence in delivery, as well as demand for value for money. Okay, so customer needs are a more important one, and they are quite, I would say, dependent. The businesses are dependent on their customer needs. Many of the land hotels are finding it increasingly difficult to recruit and retain individuals with the right blend of interpersonal and technical skills. So D-lands, it's difficult to recruit and retain right blend of skills. Developing and implementing an effective recruitment strategy and retaining skilled employees are difficult. Recent research shows that hotel sectors has some of the highest staff turnover rates. Okay, so now see, hotel has the highest staff turnover rates, that's 60% per annum, but yet you got only 48% that your staff has left. Okay, 52% is the retention, so 48% is the turnover, which is below industry. Why is that? Because you might be paying premiums, you might be retaining your employees well. These all are the reasons. That why this is how this industry is surviving. Changing competitive dynamics. There's a little doubt that the competitive landscape is changing, and our evident trend is increasing consolidation, especially among hotels. Much of the merger and acquisition activity stems from companies' objectives to gain market share and vertically integrate their product offerings. That means the business wants to get into a vertically integrated business, that is business operating in budget segment want to buy into a mid-range or luxury hotel segment or vice versa. So people wants to change their business right here. Increasing consolidation is happening, like luxuries are buying the cheapest one and the cheapers are going for more cheaper. So this is how the integration is being done here. The nature of competition itself is also changing. New business models are emerging to meet the evolving consumer needs, as mentioned earlier, posing significant challenges to traditional hospitality business. For instance, the world's largest accommodation provider, Rent a Room, does not own a single hotel room or any lodgings it advertises. Instead, it operates as an online marketplace. Yeah, the Agoda or Bodle, they don't own any room. What they want is that they have got an online marketplace where those people who owns rooms sells their rooms, enabling travelers to lease rent a short-term lodging, including holiday rentals, homestays, and hotel rooms. So for many D-lands hotel operators, these are exciting but challenging times. Those who survive will be those that keep up with the pace of change in industry. So they've clearly stated that only those people are going to survive, those who keep up with the strategy. Okay. Any questions yet? Shall we move on to the next para? See, now they have given you a net present value. So now what they want? Comfi Stay is a family-run business which has lagged investment in the last 10 years. Okay. So this was basically the acquisition. So now you can allocate the exhibit as well. Now you can allocate the exhibit as well, that this particular requirement seems to be from exhibit 1 and exhibit 2 mainly. And now this, that a fact sheet is given, another relevant information, prepare a report which evaluates to proposals to acquire Comfi Stay. So this is Comfi Stay. Check this. This is the fact sheet they have given to you. This one, huh? So see here that all 20 hotels in the chain have been in operation for over 18 years and are located in the main coastal resorts of Zealandia. These are in premium locations but with outdated facilities. So these are premium locations but with outdated facilities. Okay. Mid-range hotels, some with additional leisure facilities such as gyms and pools, not classed as budget hotels. Zealandia is 5,000 miles from D-land. It has developing economy but low wage rates, and there is some evidence of poor employment practice. So see, now you can think that why the negative advertisement has been done against Hilite. The reason is they are interested in this hotel, which has lacked investment in 10 years. Okay. They have some gyms and pools, but not classed as budget hotels. So they are kind of going towards any other particular segment. Okay, this is international and developing economy, although you have been survived in developed economy. So it's developing economy, low wage rates, and poor employment practices being followed here. So why Hilite is going for this? Media has raised this point. Media has raised this point that why Hilite is going for this. Some evidence is used underage labor. Zealandia is thriving tourism industry. This has been given, like revenues are here, refurbishment, environmental investment being done. Okay, training costs, so they'll train their staff, discount factor. So this is investment. These are the returns. So 10 million NPV positive. It is expected that some of the land's hotel managers would be need to relocate to Zealandia. So they might not happy, huh? If they're relocating, might not happy. If they're relocating, they might be not happy here, huh? 12 months on a temporary basis to assist in training and staff development in the first year of operations, and will be required to carry out ongoing mentoring activities for next 2 years. So they might not be happy here. We can say in SFA, while applying SFA, finance for this investment would be available through combination of equity and debt finance. So they would get the equity and debt finance, huh? They would get the equity and debt finance. So read the fourth exhibit, although the questions are lengthy, but if you remember the points and the requirements, you can easily complete this paper. Dealand's daily news has Hilite hit a low. Hilite Hotels recently announced it was making an approach to buy struggling Comfi Stay hotel chain in Zealandia. Comfi Stay owners, the DeWalt family, announced their intention to sell business 3 months ago. Having seen revenue decline steadily in last 3 years, chief executives and founder Andre DeWalt admitted in an interview that family has failed to recognize and keep up with the investment demands of modern hotel, but was confident that the new owner could revitalize the business. So they want to sell their business, but it is said potential acquisition by Hilite, positive move for the deal and based budget hotel business. Now this is the media, right? This is the media channel. Reading it, recently published chief executive statement Hilite is a business which clearly prides itself on a value it places on its staff and maintaining strong employment rights, right? This maintains strong employment rights. Staff in Comfi Stay hotels are currently paid well below the rate of pay earned by their equivalent staff in D-land. They also work longer hours per week with few employment rights, such as holiday or sick pay. Most of Comfi Stay's staff are women. who are offered few opportunities of training and staff development. So there's no holiday or sick pay. There are longer work hours. Many are women who are offered fewer opportunities of training. So they think that going a good hotel goes there, it's not good. Huh? A good hotel goes there, it's not good. In addition, COM5 policies for employing men as hotel managers, staffs in its hotels would be stark contrast to the strong focus on equality, right? So COM5 has only men employing as managers. So see, media has raised these arguments that such kind of bad habits have been followed in COM5. So why Hilite is going there? So we can say, we can write it here that we are not going to just follow these practice, we'll change and we'll bring some good change. So we are doing a good work now. So we have to draft our press release like that, right? We have to draft our press release like that. Staff pay and conditions may not be the only concern for Hilite. COM5 stay was fined by the government of Zealandia less than 2 years ago for polluting local waterway. So they are kind of less environmental focused company with an outflow of unrelated effluent, untreated effluent. This cause was outdated waste and toilet facilities, which it said would be addressed, but limited recent investments in the COM5 stay hotel chains suggest otherwise. Hilite will have invest significant sums of money to make the hotel chain viable and sustainable parts of its business. If it wishes to adhere to its high expectations for environmental sustainability. Although Zealandia has a thriving tourist economy, which has in fact grown since the global economic recession, it is a country of limited environmental awareness. So they do not focus much on environment. Huh? National recycling levels are 50% less than other countries in the region, and its reported CO2 emissions are worst in the region. So they are not that much good. Huh? They are not that much good. So why is the COM5 stay hotel chain an interest to Hilite? Seemingly foreign companies like Hilite wish to exploit this low wage economy where our poorly educated population and happy to be in employment at whatever the rate of pay and where profits can be maximized. So see, the media says that just for the sake of profits, Hilite's going there because they won't be following any particular rule and their revenues are going to be higher. But we have to argue like that, right? It can't regard for the impact of its people or its environment. For an organization like Hilite, this must be questionable and some may suggest an unethical direction for development. So, a great question, huh? A great question. That's Exhibit 4. Criticisms. You have to draft a press release, see the communication skills, the skills that you need to adopt here, right? You have to draft a press release responding to the criticisms, assessing the social and environmental impact of Hilite's proposed investment in Zealandia with a view to reassuring its stakeholders of Hilite's intentions to maintain its high principles and standard in acquiring. So you have to draft a press release and you'll say that you are not going to follow these practices. You'll say that you are not going to follow these practices. Instead, you are going to follow your practices there and be a good person. Be a good person, right? So now, last two exhibits, Exhibit 5 and Exhibit 6, and then we'll draft this question. So Exhibit 5 is Hilite senior management team briefing after an article was published in the Dealens newspaper. Jay Brown, I think we need to consider how we communicate such major strategic decisions. So they think that why we have communicated that we should have thought first, such as our proposed investment in COP5 stay hotels more effectively to our wider stakeholders. I'm not sure that there is any need for this. We don't want to overreact to recent article. Our shareholders are only interested in bottom line. So they think that their shareholders are only interested in profits, bottom line. Huh? So as long as the COM5 stay hotels make them the corporate, they won't care much about anything else. Our hotel customers likewise are really interested in their own personal experience for the duration of stay. And do our hotel really staff really care about more than how much they get paid when the next day off is? Okay, so Thomas Meyer, the operations director, thinks the media is a shit. Don't think of it. Just focus on making profits and offering good qualities, and that's it. Bernie Walks, I disagree with you, Thomas. We must consider all our stakeholders and how we should communicate our activities to them. Both shareholders and customers are changing their attitudes and expectations of us, not only in the products or services we offer, but also in how we communicate with them. Okay. So Burden wants to communicate better with all the stakeholders involved. Yes, I agree, Bernie. Uh, in particular, we should seriously consider how we report our social and environmental activities to our stakeholders. I believe it could be a strategic advantage for us to do so. Strategic advantage, how I just don't see what information would interest our stakeholders other than we are profitable and our prices are more competitive in the market. We are budget total and our strategic advantage is based on our price, not on communication. Use less information to our stakeholders. Actually, Thomas, we have wide range of stakeholders who have interested in wide range of aspects. Effective communication with them is critically important to us. My own opinion is to introduce integrated reporting. So see, they have discussed integrated reporting only here. They have discussed integrated reporting only here would be a best solution in communicating and building relationships with stakeholders. But surely the press statement that we are going to release in response to the accusations is satisfactory from all our stakeholders, isn't it? Not all of our stakeholders will see our present statement or have any idea about the proposed acquisition. So why bother telling them what they don't need to know? Okay, everyone. I think we need some further considerations. Elizabeth, you could ask one of the business analysis team to provide us with some more information on the importance of communication with our key stakeholders on role of integrated reporting. So integrated reporting here comes to a general requirement. Integrated reporting here, I guess, comes to a general requirement because it's discussed just here. It's just discussed here. Board meeting minutes, board members, proceedings. The chairman opened the meeting stating that the meeting had been scheduled to discuss the challenges faced by Hilite in managing information statement systems. He noted that he personally found the rapid development in information technologies difficulties to keep pace with, but was confident that Hilite would develop appropriate responses to these developments. Agenda 1, disruptive technology. They had a question, 3A, huh? The first agenda item was introduced by Jay Brown, the sales and marketing director. Ms. Brown expressed her concern that hotel concept is under threat. Now she thinks that hotel is under threat as there have never been more alternatives for customers to staying in traditional hotel. In particular, she explained the emergence of rent-a-room. In particular, she explained the emergence of rent-a-room. She had emailed the handout below to the board in advance to help their understanding of new threat. Okay, so to help their understanding of new threat. Explanation of rent-a-room. Rent-a-room is totally online marketplace which offers flexible hospitality, enabling guests to quickly and conveniently book short-term room lodgings with third-party hosts. So these includes apartments, rentals, homestays, hostels, and hotel rooms. So everyone gets listed there and they offer their rooms now. Rent-a-room receives a percentage service fee from both the guests and the host for every booking made. It has over 2 million accommodation on listings in 60,000 towns and cities across the world. Notably, it doesn't own any of the lodgings it advertises. Many of the hosts listed with rent-a-room offer high-speed internet, Wi-Fi facilities such as web movies, and the prices charged are often far lower than hotel room prices. Mr. Thomas Meyer, Hilite's operations director, stated that his belief that rent-a-room concept is a limited threat to Hilite's establishing business model. His opinion that it's just people sleeping on the floor of a friend's house and raiding their fridge in the morning. It's hardly that what we offer. Customer want far more than that. He also expressed his beliefs that this would be short-lived phenomenon. The threat from renter room is clearly more of an if rather than when. So Thomas thinks it's not the threat, but other members thinks it's a threat. We should not react and just let this blow over. Mr. Elizabeth, finance director, commented that technology was likely to be a key disruptive influence of the future of hotel industry. She explained that modern travelers and primarily millennials are looking for value for money, flexibility, ability to manage their whole stay, from booking through a flexible checkout, all via their smartphones. She also noted that smartphone apps are now being developed to enable smartphones to use alternative key for door entry systems. So smartphone entrance, yeah, card entrance is something, but getting an entrance get from smartphones is something else. Okay, other technological departments in the hotel industry were discussed, including the emergence of online travel agencies and hotel comparisons and booking sites, and the development of personalized technologies such as smartphones apps, which provide guests personalized services such as customized local offers. Okay, and hotel comparisons and booking sites. The development of personalized technologies such as smartphone apps provide guests with personalized services, local offers, and business partners, booking facilities, and all that. So, LMFX concluded that the discussions with statements hotels can no longer simply rent rooms. We need to give the traveler more reasons to book with us directly. The chief executive Bernie Mock summarized. Now that page pertains to I would say disruptive technology, and now this that summarized stating by do not ignore disruptive technology, and before any decision is made on how to react, these Hilite must assess extent to its strategic threat before identifying relevant responses. Now, agenda 2. The finance director opened the discussion on information system risks and controls. The statement that although Hilite has invested significant amounts of money in its websites in the last few years, it has not developed a clear information system strategy. She also expressed such concerns on control and management of the risks to its ITIS environment have not been adequately addressed. So there seems to be key risks also. The chairman commented that Hilite has not experienced any breaches of its information systems, and that therefore we must be doing something right. The finance director presented to the board, and she considered to be the 3 key information system risk considerations. In a slide, the finance director recommended that these should be prioritized and that Hilite must take appropriate action to control these risks. The finance director presented Appendix 1, identify challenges posed by disruptive technologies and recommend applications for disruptive technologies, identify appropriate actions to control Hilite information systems, investigate the possibility of recruiting an IT director. Okay, meeting was concluded in 3:30. So see, what they want to do is actions to be addressed before next board meeting. And now this is the risk they have identified, and they want some cause of key risks: lack of focus on ITIS, cyber and data security breaches, business continuity threat. Causes of risk: weak focus on IT, cyber and data security, failure to update our information systems, business continuity, insufficient planning for business continuity. And this is directly pertaining to, I must say, with the last question that has asked you to prepare a 3 presentation slides, the finance director, one for each risk identified, accompanying notes, assessing the potential outcomes, systems of each of the information system risk identified by the finance director, and recommend actions for each risk, which Hilite should in order to control these risks. So risks and the controls and the causes also. So I would say it's an easy question. A hotel industry, a preferable industry by everyone. Now we are not going to solve this question. We have discussed this completely around 1 or 1.5 hours. We have discussed this completely. Okay. We have discussed this, and now what we have to do, I'll just show you that my pointers of any particular point, that why, if I discuss about the first question, that why Hilite got successful. They focus on quality, they have good locations, great value for money, They have convenient hotel locations such as airports, city centers, strong brand, highly competitive pricing strategies, significant investments in web-based, strong profitability and cash flow. So these all are the factors that led to success for Hilite. Employees operates as low number staff, highly trained, and 10 million investment. Yeah, focus of environment and sustainability. Then there are some external factors of I would say acquisition also. Now these all are the points that we need to draft, but I want all of you guys to first draft this complete question by yourself, send it to me for checking, and then I'll upload the class for the answer solution of this. I'll be solving this complete question on the exam platform. Developed economy, highly developed hotels and tourism industries, increase in number of visitors, government continued investments in national infrastructure, road and rail network, new airport opened in Boria, 2.5 million international visitors, right? Nearly half of the universities offer travel tourism qualifications. Government announced further investments in tax breaks. So these are the external factors. Similarly, I've compiled each of the data and the material that could be written. Each of the data and see the material that could be written. So what you guys have to do, you guys at least go through this particular brief summary of the solution, then draft your answer by yourself, and then I'll be solving this complete answer with you. Okay, so this is all from my side. See you guys in the next class. Take care.
Hi everyone, hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to another session in which we are going to solve a question of December 18, that's Hilite. We have discussed that question in the previous, I would say in a previous class, but the thing is that I have received many solved scripts. So that means students are solving these scripts and then they're sending it to me for checking. And that's a real, I would say, win for every student as well as for every teacher, that the students are following the path that the teacher has shown. Now, students, those who have solved this question, can see this class for the extra points that can be added, right? In fact, I have made a summarized version of my answer in my book, which has been given to you. But if the student haven't seen any particular if the students haven't solved any particular answer, so the best way is to see my answers, how I am drafting, how I am connecting, and then they can easily try to write. This is, I would say, the 6th or 7th paper we are solving, right? So that leads to around 60, 70 requirements, different requirements. So it's a good practice. But the thing is that we have to do more, because I'm not teaching you to just to get past. I want some good scores and positions as well. And those students who have attempted each and every question, they can score some good positions, right? They can score some good positions. So let's open the question Hilite in my book, and then I'll share the screen. Yeah, I'm sharing the screen. So students, those who are taking the live class, can tell me that whether my voice and screen is clear. If yes, so we can continue. Yeah. So I have received the message. We have done the intro page, and I hope you guys remember, those who have solved this or haven't solved this question. I hope they guys that they remember that what exactly we need to do in this question, and I hope they're really keen to solve this, right? So the first requirement, our target for today's session is to solve at least these requirements. Our target is to solve 2, but the thing is, what's the best possible we're going to be doing that, right? So just to give you a brief reminder on the requirement, the board of Hilite is currently looking to develop the Hilite's business model in Vila, India, a developed country. with a good growth potential. However, as operating in a different country would be a new strategic direction for Hilite, the finance director has stated that before any such strategy is considered, it is important to understand the key factors that helped Hilite in D-land. So they want to understand that why we are successful in D-land, why we are successful in D-land. They want to understand that, right? So the chief business analyst has asked you to prepare briefing notes. So they've asked us to make briefing notes for the finance director. Our audience is finance director for the consideration of next board meeting, which discusses, we have to discuss the key factors which have enabled Hilite to be successful in its home country of D-land. Okay. So this has, who has enabled Hilite to be successful in home country of D-land? So we have to think of it, right? What factors have considered highlight the in basically surviving the conditions for home countries. And we have skills of analysis, we have marks of 19, so we have to make at least 10 to 12 good points, right? See, although in SBL, there's no requirement for particular model implementation, if some student who has implemented a model and if any other student who haven't implemented a model, they both are equal. Their marks depends on the answer mechanism, that how they have answered the exam rather than implementing a particular model, until and unless exam requirement states that you have to implement a model. Okay, until and unless requirement states that you have to implement a model, skip forgive any models implementation and go for directly drafting your answer. So you must make points in your mind. You must make points in your mind that what exactly have the factors been that led the success of Hilite in D-land, right? What exactly have the success factors that have led the Hilite to success, right? See, the model here that can be discussed is Porter's diamond model. The model here that can be used is Porter's diamond model. What this model states is that the Porter diamond model explains the factors that provide a competitive advantage for one national economy, right? So see, the requirement is kind of a similar. So if you want, you can use Porter diamond model. If you didn't want, you just can directly start writing your answer. If you want, you can explain it through Porter diamond model. If you didn't want, you can directly dive into writing your answer. I would always suggest that if you remember which model to be applied, if you remember this, so I would really keen that you should be applying the model, right? If you really remember what model can be applied, so I would be really keen if you can apply the model. The thing is that model give you a particular structure. The model give you the particular structure that leads you. The model give you the particular structure that leads you to a good headings and good structure of an answer. If you're not writing a model, your answer might be unstructured. You'll get the marks. I'm telling again and again, using the model doesn't give you extra marks, but a structured answer can give you extra marks. If you're not using a model, you can directly dive into the answer, but make sure you're structuring your answer well. But if you're using the model, then your answers is going to be automatically structured. Then your answers going to be automatically structured. Okay. Apologies, I've clicked any other particular link. So let me. So see, these are the four paragraphs. These are the four paragraphs that you can write. The first condition is the factor condition, right? There were certain key factors that led you to automatically success in that particular economy. Now, what can be the factor conditions? What factors have promoted you? I could say that it was a developed economy. So if surviving your business, getting done in the doing your business in a developed economy is much more profit worthy if you are doing a business in an undeveloped or underdeveloped economy, right? So there were certain factor conditions that automatically led you. There were certain factor conditions that automatically led you to success, right? Then there are demand conditions also. What are demand? That you didn't do anything, but there was certain demand of your product. Like people more tends to visit D-land for hotel advertisement, right? Visiting an hotel. People usually promote your hotel, you can say, and you are basically and the available on the best locations. They mentioned in the first page, right? Our hotel is mentioned in the best locations. So you can particularly say that because our hotel is on a particular location, so our demand means high, right? Demand conditions that you haven't done anything, but there's an unabsorbed demand of your particular product in the economy that you are presented in, right? So factor conditions, certain factors that let your product go perform, just like you have good employees. You can say you have a certain I would say you have a good refurbishments been done, right? These all are the factor conditions, and demand conditions are that automatically your product's demands gets higher. Like if someone came and they just made a picture of your hotel and posted, so it went high, it got high, the advertisement lets you high demand. Then there's the third factor, that firm strategy, structure, and rivalry. Then there's the third factor, that's firm strategy. Then we can discuss the strategies that you have implemented, just like you are promoting your staff well, right? You're promoting your staff, you're investing 10 billion and something dollars. You are a less carbon emitted hotel, so that's your strategy. The two hotels went out of business, so you got promoted. That could be written in factor condition as well as in the firm strategy, right? Because it mentions the rivalry as well. You have 516 hotels. That's a big number, right? It's a big number. You can say that you are a giant in budget industry, right? So first point is factor conditions. The second point is demand conditions. The third point is your strategy or rivalry. And the fourth point is related and support industries, right? Like there is a related industry that's promoting your industry. Just like I would say the new airport. Now, automatically, if a new airport has been opened, so this will absorb the new customers or the new travelers being landed in that particular airport. I remember one of the vlogger that visited the Skardu airport just to see that airport, that how that airport is made in those mountainous areas. And once he landed, he visited the airport and he got back. So airport automatically attracts customers. So opening an airport is the related and supporting industry. Similarly, the government help could also be written in relating and supporting industries. Although you have good points of government, you can make a separate para. If you have good points of government, you can make a separate para, but I would suggest to mention the government in the relating and supporting industries also. You can mention it, but if you have some good points, because in this question we have some good points for government also. It gives you initiatives of tax if you employ more people. It lets you good infrastructure. Therefore, people try to, like, if the country is with good infrastructure, then people will visit, right? If the country is with good infrastructure, people will visit. If the country is not with good infrastructure, the people's not going to be visiting that country, right? So government support is there. Government has made some good controls for the countries. So these four paragraphs or five paragraphs can be written in structuring your answer. If you want to identify that why your company, if you want to identify that why your company performed well in the economy, right? Why your company performed well in the economy. Now read the question again, which discusses the key factors which have enabled Highlights to be successful in its home country of D-Land, and the skills are analysis. So a particular model that can be applied here, a particular model then can be applied here is Porter's diamond model. So therefore, I have made the Porter's diamond model. Okay. So I'll just delete the previous question that we have attempted because it's the blank space. It's the blank space of your practice mechanism, of your practice mechanism. So it's the blank space. So we are going to solve this particular question. So 1A, okay, 1A, key factors that promoted Highlight to get successful, okay, in D-Land. Now remember the points, right? Now remember the points that why exactly we have been successful. FAO for attention of what? Finance director. Okay, FAO for attention of finance director, because the audience matters. Now you'll discuss some good points, huh? Now you're gonna be discussing some very, very good points, right? Now, you remember the context also, right? You remember the context also, that why we are estimating or analyzing why we are successful, because we in D land, because we will compare these factors with B landia where we are acquiring another hotel. So discuss or start like this, like if we want to be, B means highlight. You are representing highlight. You have one role, okay? Only one role. Remember, these factors depends on the communication that you are doing. Huh? If we want to be successful in overseas country, then we need to analyze. We need to analyze why we are, or why highlight is successful in the country of the land. Why highlight is successful in the country of the land, right? We need to understand the key factors that led to great success in the land. We have analyzed this through using Porter's diamond model. Okay, Porter's diamond model. So a brief intro, okay. Now mention the model, that factor conditions. You don't need to describe the model, just directly mention the factor conditions that led success here. Just directly mention the factor conditions that led success here, right? If you want to define the factor conditions, you can. It will give you a particular, I would say, if you give you a, it will give you a particular starting point, that the factor conditions are basically physical resources, human resources. Now, one student has asked her if there is any question to the mention reason that why we are successful here, so we can implement model Porter diamond. Yes, you can implement. If you want to identify the reasons of your success in that particular country or particular area, you can use the model. Okay. Knowledge and infrastructure. Okay. Present within the D lab. The factor conditions are basically physical resources that were basically available in the D land, okay, which were accessible to highlight. There are certain resources which aren't accessible, just like forest. You cannot access the forest. So you have to mention that we are discussing those factors which led to the success of highlight, and that was accessible to highlight, right? And that was accessible to highlight, okay? So what would say, what would be the factor conditions? What would be the factor conditions? You can say that there's a developed infrastructure. Okay, there is a developed infrastructure. There is a developed infrastructure in the land which automatically attracts visitors. Okay, which automatically attracts visitors. Now, any other point, you can go into the question and see in the starting page, there were certain informations, right? Pricing strategy. Yeah, you have a good pricing strategy also. And the services that you provide, mostly located at airports. So these all are the points, right? Major transport routes, near to the major transport routes. You can say that, right? You can say attracts visitors. That there is a developed infrastructure in D-land which automatically attracts visitors, plus the presence of highlight nearby to airports or rail network systems enables highlight being accessible. Every customer who has just arrived. So this presence matters, right? This is one of the factor condition. The presence of your in the area particular, it matters a lot, right? It matters a lot. Okay. Then a new airport, we could discuss that. A new airport that just awarded how many customers. They were mentioned that these are particular customers that got increased by investing in an airport. Yeah, that this generated an additional 2.5 million international visitors, right? So that award just awarded 2.5 million international visitors last year. And since we operate near to the airport, there has been a lot of customer increase in that particular hood, right? In that particular hood. Oh, sorry, what I've said. Yeah, okay, let's close this. Yeah, okay. Uh, this would have significantly, I could draft it like this in that particular hood to significant. Now see, you are catering the maximum points. Now see, you are catering the maximum points here. What we have to do is make sure that we are catering the maximum points rather than drafting some good points. We should be focused on the quantity that we are answering. Because now it's drafting, right? It's just drafting. Draft as much as you possible rather than going planning. If you know that you can cater the time, if you know that you can cater the time and you have some good points to make, you should be making. You have some good points to make, you should be making it. Okay. Now, other points, you can text me with some other points if you have. We could close this point by national and regional infrastructure development has led to immense success. Now you're analyzing. So analysis means connect with from different exhibits like an intro page and from the other pages as well. So has led to immense success for Hilite. Another good 3 marks point, three lines points go on to the other one, right? They discuss the education system also, right? They discuss the education. Yeah, see, the government also continues to value the hotel and travel industry. Yeah, so government is valuing a hotel and travel industry, which and they're offering qualifications as well. Okay, so you could write that there has been some good education supports, and we have been given some good employees, right? Some good employees. So you could discuss that, right? Uh, ELAN's education system, sorry, ELAN's education system has also led led or has also promoted success for Hilite because they offers a lot of education programs regarding travel and tourism industry. That means the fresh graduates of these qualifications knows how to cater a traveler who is uh, residing in the hotel. Okay, that means, or we can say, Hilite employs people people from DLAN, which are being trained for this business, and therefore they serve their customer well, meaning that highlights customer got highlights customer got satisfied and gaining and resulting success for highlight. Okay, and resulting in success for highlight. Okay, but we should know that one of our KPI, mention the KPI also, right? They have given you, so you should be mentioning that. Staff retention. So we are focusing a bit of we are focusing up or losing staff retention. Our target was 55%. So KPI is staff retention, for which the target is not met. For which the target is not met. Okay, which indicates a problem and requires work to be done. Okay, and requires work to be done. Okay. So another good points are easy 2 marks, I would say. Easy 2 marks, I would say. We can say that DLAN has good vector conditions, which in both infrastructure as well as in human resources, as well as in human resources, okay, which have had positive effect on success of our business. So you maintained a good answer for factor conditions. Now go on to the demand conditions. What could be demand condition? What could be demand conditions? Discuss that. So if I've mentioned this education system here, so any problem? No, no problem. But ideally, the factors that have led to the success should be mentioned there. Like education system is one of the factor. It's not it has not led to the demand of high hotels, right? Good employee never hype the demand, okay, but good activities does, right? That we what we do with what we do, where we exist, where we are, where what we offer, these offers the demand, right? These offers the demand. Okay, demand conditions, we can say that when an organization is located in a country, okay, in a country where the home market demand is strong and intropara is strong, okay, and where home-based customers require good service, okay, good service. One of the students asking about the typing speed that I'm typing with a great speed. So that's just practice. Work in a corporate and you'll have some good skills of typing. Don't worry. Right? Of quality, offering this can help in achieving good competitive advantage. Think of the factors that led high demand. The factors that led high demand. I could say, yeah, airport point could be written here. Yeah, obviously, airport point could be written here, right? But any particular factors that led to high demand. Now think of it. See, average rise in visitors by 8%. So that means average rise in that automatically led the demand. If average rise of DLAN of the visitors is higher, that's going to be automatically increasing the demand, right? That's automatically going to be increasing the demand. So in case of DLAN, okay, in case of DLAN, it is evident, okay, it is evident from the recently published the 8 industry report, okay, from the recently published 2008 industry report, that travelers continue to thrive into DLAN, which are approx higher by 8%, 8 or 7, 8%, okay, so approx higher by 8%, okay. They are of highly demanding needs. Success would come to those who satisfy these leisure travelers, okay, up till them up. So a good point you have made, okay, a good point that tells the examiner that you have read throughout the exhibits, okay, that tells the examiner that led throughout your exhibits. Similarly, any other points? Online hotel customers, you are existing online, okay, and 70% would shop around the best deal in the best location, okay. So if you exist through online, that means if you exist through an online, that means you're automatically 70% of the bookings are from online. I exactly remember in one particular para, I what exactly remember that one particular para that responded that how much online bookings have made. Think of it, if you have got that para, you can write that. Otherwise, the 70% could be in, yeah, 80 who book directly with us. Okay. So our website, 80% of the books directly with the website, okay, rather than going through other channels, and 70% of the people looking for the complete pleasure. Number of travel, see, that would shop around for the best deal in the location. Yeah. So they are basically best deal. They're looking for the best deal. So that means we have to offer, we are offering the best deals. Therefore, they are thinking of us. We are offering the best deals and therefore they are thinking for us. So write that. Okay. It is noted that 70% of the bookings are of online, like that. Sorry, 70% of the bookings or of the people would look at the best deals at the locations. So Hilite must have offered the best deals that provide good value for money. That provide good value for money. 80% of the bookings are directly, now see, points merger, one from another exhibit, other one from first exhibit. The points are merged, examiner likes it. This is analysis. Points are merged from other exhibits. This is analysis. If you have got the analysis skills without the number searching or number crunching, so try to do connect the points from other exhibits. That automatically will lead to the analysis skill. 80% of bookings are directly via Hilite website. Okay, Hilite website, which indicates that customer gets value for money for what customer gets value for what they have paid for. Okay, for what they have paid for. So macro conditions we have mentioned, demand conditions we have mentioned. Okay, this was also mentioned in the CE state that we focus on value for money. This was mentioned, I remember. Okay. Customers, they have been successful with the customer satisfaction. You could mention of, yeah, one of the students that asked, can we mention about the commitment to the environment? Yeah, obviously, obviously. Service, see, they are mentioned that we be consistent delivery of service. So innovation is vital. So you could mention these points also. Okay, so this was also mentioned in CE statement that we focus on service as well as quality. Okay, we focus on service as well as quality, which has developed customer demand as well as loyalty, as well as loyalty. This has allowed us to maintain competitive advantage. This has allowed us to maintain competitive advantage. Okay, such in conditions that two are mentioned here, that two of the most known luxury hotels got washed out. Highlight survives considering the value as well as quality it provides. A good point connecting with the exhibits, provides against considering the value as well as the quality it provides against charges. So another good demand conditions. Now focus on related and supporting strategies. Okay, relating and supporting strategies or industries, I would say. Industries. Now think of any particular supporting industry that has led success for Highlight. Think of it now. Think of the highly developed nation. Yeah. One of the students that said highly developed nation, online hotel bookings. Yeah. This is the facility that they are getting. Huh? This is the facility that they are getting. Similarly, leisure customers been traveling more. Okay. We are primarily serving the leisure customers, right? So if leisure has increased, that means automatically your uh, the leisure service you're offering, it's gonna be gaining more market, huh? It's gonna be gaining more market. The apologies, yeah, success of industry depends on other related industry, okay, which supports and supplied. Yeah, education should be discussed. You mentioned earlier, you can mention it again, although examiner prefers not to write the same points, but since you know that it suits this, you can write it, okay? The locations that the land provides us with an advantage of being an developed nation, okay? Considering of developed nation gets the business done more easily, okay? Considering the most a business done more easily and attract more customers because of thriving economy. Because of thriving economy. gets you, it provides you more, I would say it provides you more opportunities. Okay. Online bookings as well as price comparison sites, as well as price comparison sites. Have you used Skyscanner? I remember when I used to travel, I prefer to look for the flights through Skyscanner. So it gives you a comparison between the flights, like if you take this flight or if you take this flight, whether the cheapest option or the best option or the fastest option. So these comparison websites also provide you, and if your flights or your hotels gets more ranked by these comparison websites, this automatically develop the chances of success here. Huh? This automatically develop the chances of your success here. Uh, it provides you more online booking as well as price comparison sites are also key factors in driving the success of hotel business. Okay, in particular, the price comparison websites comparing our prices with other budget hotels. Okay, other budget hotels can be preferred by people. Okay, thus, if our hotel is ranked at good price with good service, it will get to be opted by the traveler, okay, or the customer. It will get to be opted by the traveler, okay. Similarly, pricing of Hilite is not fixed up, is not fixed. Similarly, pricing of Hilite is not fixed, right? So Hilite seems to be adaptable uh, by mentioning mixed prices as per customer needs, okay, which makes it more competitive. It was written up. We are offering the mixed price. We are offering the mixed price. Okay. This is particular reason that two hotels washed out. I'm mentioning the gain point because it's a good connect. Two hotels washed out. I'm not doing it often, but I'm or gone out of business. Gone out of business. Okay. Overall economy, development strategies, online presence, as well as reflecting customer needs led to immense success for Highlight. Okay, now firm strategy, structure, and rival. Mention this point also. Strategies that you are implementing, strategies that you can implement. Okay, success. Any questions till now? Yeah, I would mention the government para separately or the government point separately. The reason is I would mention the success para separately, the government para separately. The reason is that there are many points for the government. So I won't mix it with the other factors. I could have done that, but since there are other paras, I can do that. Okay. Yeah. Success can be influenced by how the organization operates or how it is managed. Okay. Success is influenced that how you are managing your organization, how you are managing in your organization. Okay. So being an budget total is always in an advantageous. Why? Reason being that such global economic recession has pierced out. So how you have got this vocabulary? Practice, guys. I've solved this question in my every batch. So reason being that such global economic recession has pierced out luxury things, and people tends to prefer budget things more than luxurious one. Okay, more than luxurious one. So strategy of being a budget total is the preferred one here, right? So strategy of being a budget total is preferred. So strategy being a budget one is preferred and gains competitive edge and gains competitive edge. Okay, which highlight does exploit market and attract travelers. Good 4 marks. Oh, sorry, 2 marks point. Always prefer to write like this, right? Our brand itself that provides multiple services at good value, thriving in an high travel zone, suggests to be itself and strategy. Okay, suggests to be doing all these things, strategy as leisure traveler have increased considering our main offerings are for leisure, considering our main offerings are for leisure. Sustainable people tends to prefer sustainable or prefer sustainable food. Being an a hotel that provides being an hotel that provides to be sustainable, mentioned being an hotel that provides to be just a second. Yeah. Hotel being an hotel that provides to be a sustainable one automatically attracts customers. In CE statement, it is mentioned, see the analysis, making points from the different exhibits that our CO2 emission reduction in CO2 emission is 2.4% reduction, although the target was 3%, but we have reduced. The statement is mentioned that highlight reduced carbon emission by 2.4%. So this point also gets done. Any other points you want to make, guys? Mention that. Yeah, rivalry. competitive rivalry is also a mention of key, I would say the key consideration mentioning competitive rivalry is also a key consideration in the land. There were new hotels also, right? They mentioned here. See, the two new branded chains of hotels have opened, right? Intense competition retains both waterway to other dealers luxury have gone out of the business. So we haven't mentioned the two new branded chains, right? So two new uh, as two new hotels or branded chains have opened up, right? In the main tourist center, emphasizes the competition in the land. Okay. However, highlights highlights focus on remaining competitive by providing best value for money as well as being the developed intact, avoid any uh, development that have outdated the previous one. Or should we be mentioning this point? We should mention this in the disruptive technology. Okay, being development intact or technology has allowed Highlight to market share, retain its market share as well as crack the new ones. So we mentioned 3 points. Okay, so we mentioned 3 points as well. So think of it that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we have mentioned the good points, right? And still we have got some points from government also. Okay, we have got some point from government also, government support. So that can be government seems to be supporting travel industry, okay, by providing tax initiatives to the one who are employing people in the land. Hotel industry seems to be a great employer for many residing in the land, okay, for many residing in the land. So a tax rate would also establish a good relationship between the government as well as the entity for future success and collaboration for future success and collaboration. Okay. Further develop economy, okay, as well as new airport are such kind of initiatives, okay, are such kind of initiatives that lead customer, that lead a business get motivated as it shows support from uh, government. Okay. Further education. Now this is all the consolidation programs of tourism seems to be emphasized at government level. Therefore, they are considered from or by education providers and pursued by people So I guess more than enough points for the diamond model have done. Now let's just see my answer or I would say, pointers for this. So internal factors, I haven't mentioned the model here. So focusing on quality, widest choice of locations, great value for money. I guess we have mentioned all these 3 points in separate paragraphs. So we should be checking that whether all the points that I have mentioned here while reading the question are covered in an answer. Convenient hotel locations, strong brand, highly competitive pricing, right? Significant investment in web-based technology, 75% booking. It was 70%, I guess. Strong profitability and cash flows, which supports capital investment business. Yeah, we haven't mentioned this point that we have some good cash flows also that allows us to develop as far as we can. Operate with lower number of staff, highly trained, excellent service. Yeah, 10 million annually. We can make this point also. We have missed that we continue to train our staff and 6.2 per day. So see other points as well. Although we have drafted enough, pay above the land minimum wage. Yeah, we can mention this point also. Focus on sustainability. We have mentioned this. Developed economy, highly developed hotel and tourism industry, 8%. Government continued investment. New airport, nearly half of the universities offer travel and tourism. Government announced further investment in tax breaks. So all the points are covered. 2, 3 extra points we get. But still, we have attempted this question pretty well. Okay. Any questions till now, guys? If yes, you can ask. Otherwise, we'll move on to my favorite model to be implemented. It's SFA. Although we have implemented in multiple time questions, but since we are solving this complete past paper, so we can do this. So using the fact sheet referred and any other relevant information, prepare a report to finance director which evaluates the proposal of Compi. And since it's evaluation, so we'll mention the pros as well as the cons. Since it's evaluation, so we'll mention the pros as well as the cons. Okay. Any questions in the previous question you guys can have? The students, those who are taking live class can ask questions on chat box of the Zoom. Otherwise, the other ones can text me on WhatsApp, those who are taking the recording. Okay, so let's prepare a report now. That's, I would say, a B part. That's going to be report. So let's do that. To chief executive, sorry, whom we are going to send this report for the finance director. Okay, for the finance director. Okay. Fact sheet. Okay, the chief business analyst has passed you the fact sheet which he prepared containing related the proposed acquisition. So we are going to send it to chief business analyst or to the finance director. So chief chief business analyst, finance director, We are the senior business analyst. Okay, we are that senior business analyst. Date is uh, exam date. Subject is an evaluation. Okay, an evaluation of the proposed investment in Comfi chain. They have asked us to recommend or not, so they haven't said anything. So we're gonna be recommended it, and we'll focus on just this exhibit, exhibit 3. Okay, Compi stay to chain. We'll discuss these figures also. But the thing is, you should be focusing on this rather than this. This attracts the negative views. We'll discuss this in the press release. Okay, so make sure you're mentioning this exhibit as well as the previous points if you have got. Okay, as well as the previous point if you have got. So report is here. So let's do some introduction first because reports require introduction. Okay, reports require introduction. Yeah, so this report evaluates the potential acquisition or potential proposed investment in Comfi photo chain, okay, in Comfi photo chain located in Elandia. The report will consider financial viability of the proposal and also consider a range of other criteria upon which to base the final decision. So this is how you should mention any particular acquisition. This should be the standard intro. Azan is Azan time, so let's just discuss that. Okay, we'll discuss this after Azan. Okay, so guys, again, we are going to implement the SFA model. So let's just discuss that this uh, valuation is being done through SFA framework. Okay, usually the acquisitions or any strategic things needs to be done for, I would say, through this framework. Okay, suitability. Suitability refers. Again, this model is not necessary to be used, but uh, we need to mention it. If we have got the model, it will give you a good structural answer. So suitability refers uh, that whether this acquisition is an strategic fit or suits up with strategies. Okay, suits up with strategies. Suitability refers that whether this acquisition is a strategic fit or suit up with strategies lined by highlights management. Okay, lined by with highlights management. Okay, does this acquisition makes strategic fit for highlight? This is basically the suitability. So you basically what you have done, you have made an initial para of suitability now. Okay, so what you have done, you have mentioned an initial para of suitability now. So let's let's discuss particular paragraphs that can be written here. So you could plan now that this is a family run business, okay, which has lagged investment in 10 years. You are the up to date total, okay? You are the up to date total, but this has lagged investments. This can be a point of feasibility as well. Huh? This can be a point of feasibility as well because you might not have enough cash, but you are a cash rich business. So this can be discussed any particular where, right? This can be discussed anywhere, okay? This is not classed as budget totals, okay? So you could discuss this first point, okay? Compile stay total. First, think of how many points you are going to make. I forgot to see the marks. Marks are 20, so at least 10 points, huh? At least 10 points. Compile stay hotels seems are not classed. Skills are evaluation, huh? Not classed as so some good points as well as some bad points. Classed as budget hotels, whereas highlight is termed as budget hotel. This could be termed as, or this acquisition could be termed as uh, product diversification. Okay, product diversification as highlight Hilite offers budget services. Spending a new product is not considered as bad option, but considering the global economic recession, budget hotels tends to thrive more rather than budget hotels tends to thrive more rather than luxurious one, rather than luxurious one. So again, you have made a negative. You have made a negative point. Okay. Further, Comfi offers gym and pool services which are currently not offered by Highlight. So the process of integration requires further evidence, requires further evidence or further information that how Highlight plans to integrate with how Highlight plans to integrate with customers, sorry, Comfi Okay. It seems it's, I would say, uh, not showing the strategic, it's not showing the strategic fit currently, or the strategic fit doesn't, strategic fit currently is not visible from the suggested strategy. Okay, from the suggested strategy. Guys, let's have namaz break. It's a namaz time, and then we'll continue. Okay. Hi everyone. Apologies for the delay in class. Actually, my internet got disconnected. Therefore, I just paused that class at that time, and now we are heading towards attempting our question. Okay. Yeah. So we were attempting the part 1B, that using the fact sheet referred and other available relevant information, prepare a report for finance director which evaluates proposal to acquire Comfi. So they were going to acquire, right? They were going to acquire a particular company, and they want your analysis on that. And the skills here are evaluation, like you will discuss the pros and cons. So we concluded here that we are going to apply the SFA. How we started is we made the report section, and we mentioned that we are going to evaluate this through suitability, feasibility, and acceptability framework. And we mentioned that Compi stay hotels are not classed as budget hotels, right? This was the first point that we made. Suitability is basically you define suitability, that the strategy made sense or not. One of the clarification that I want to do is that a lot of students think that suitability is exactly basically this SFF framework is applied on, I would say, on the acquisition purpose. No, this framework can be applied on new product launch or any strategic decision that a company is making, right? Any strategic decision that a company is making. So we made 2 points, and now we could discuss the other points as well. But you must know that in suitability, feasibility, and acceptability framework, in suitability head, you are going to make you're going to make around 5 or 4 points. Similarly, if you think of the marks, so it's 20 marks, so at least 10 valid points or 12. I must say that you should write extra to at least 12 points needs to be made. Okay, either some in suitability, either some in feasibility, or some in acceptability. Now, students ask that's a we can add whether we can write the points of feasibility and suitability. Yeah, you can, but again, if you follow the structure, you'll get some good professional marks, right? If again you follow the structure, you're gonna be getting full or good professional marks. Okay. Any questions, guys, still here? Right? A cultural fit, I'll continue this point, a cultural fit is also required in order to get success. Highlight desires, right? Since Comfi is another type of a business or type of a hotel, there can be some cultural clashes while operating. Okay, so I continued this point. Another good point mentioned here, right? Another good point mentioned here. So you mentioned about product diversification. You mentioned about the products that Compi offers. You are not that. You are a budget hotel. Okay, and since that is a hi-fi hotel and you are a budget hotel, that means that there can be a particular difference in culture also, right? Similarly, now think of the points. Similarly, think of the points that you can mention here, right? You can mention here. I just read the point that there has been some acquisitions, right? I just uh, read this point. We can think of it. See, this is about the digitalization. Is area of development for Hilite, international growth. So they have mentioned here. Obviously, we can say that it's mentioned in our director's report. So therefore, the growth is also required. Here I read something about, I remember I have read something about the consolidation of businesses. Okay. So that was a point I read to write in suitability, feasibility, and acceptability. Let me just look into it. Two new national branded chains have hotel open in the main tourist centers of D-Land. So there has been some new hotels, whereas the luxury hotel brand has gone out of the business. So see, you can mention these points as well. But again, if this is an acquisition, so we need to make some points related to consolidation. Hotel industry. Yeah, one evident is trend is increasing consolidation, especially among hotels. So this is mentioned in the hotels report, right? Much of merger and acquisition is taking place to gain maximum market share. So you could refer this point here also, right? So you could refer this point here also, that it is evident from hotel industry report. Okay. It is also mentioned that hotel industry report that consolidation is taking place in this market to access greater market share. You don't have to copy exactly what is written there, but you can turn the words around, right? And is becoming increasingly common. Okay. And is becoming increasingly common. Therefore, highlights option of getting market share through acquisition can be suitable, okay? Can be suitable, allow Hilite to expand across the land as well as outside the land, okay? As well as outside the land. Mentioned by our CE that Hilite is considering expansion. It was mentioned above, right? Thus, objectives regarding growth from the top management is quite evident, right? Is quite evident. Okay. Student has mentioned that one point could be of national culture. Yeah, there could be some cultural clashes. So you could add on a point. I have made a point of culture, so I won't be making another extra point of a culture, but you could write here that a national culture could be a point for consideration as in Wheelandia, right? I believe the company or the country name was Wheelandia. Yeah. Velandia might follow different rules, which could result in cultural misfit. Okay, which could result in cultural misfit. Okay. Yeah. So reputation, yeah, could be one of another point. Reputation of highlight can be at stake because now what's that for? Reputation of highlight can be at stake because association with an entity which do not follow that much, which do not follow the ethical laws or which do not follow the better wordings here could be uh, the basic ethics, right? Uh, reputation of highlight can be at stake because association with an entity which do not follow basic ethics or having association with a bad reputed entity can have an impact of highlights and an impact on highlights reputation as well, right? One argument could be that this was due to previous owners and basic practice being followed at that nation. But again, highlight needs serious. See the evaluation. At one time, we are focusing towards the suitability, another time I'm criticizing the suitability. But again, highlight needs serious evidences to convince stakeholders, right? To convince stakeholders for this acquisition. Another point and student has highlighted is that staff might get, demotivated staff might get demotivated due to relocation to a country which is underdeveloped. Unlike the land, extra pays might allow staff to move, but again, it can be achieved at a cost for highlight. You can comment on the industry as well. In an hotel industry, or service sector, we can say in a service sector, happiness of staff is the key to success because consumer will deal with staff. Therefore, highlight needs to make sure highlight needs to make sure they have kept their staff happy. Okay, so suitability, I've got a lot of points, I must say. Now go on feasibility. Now again, we are going to define it first, right? We are surely going to define it first, that what exactly feasibility refers to. We have attempted that type of questions, but again, I need to do it with each and everyone again and again so that you can have an idea exact and you have done enough practice that what exactly we are attempting. So feasibility refers to a situation or refers that whether Hilite have Hilite have resources to perform the suggested strategy. Okay. Thus, the acquisition is going to be supported by the resources available. Okay. Now, there could be many points to me. Resources available at Hilite's premises. Okay. So here first comes the experience. Yeah. Experience requires, success requires. Yeah. We can start like this. Success requires experience. So far, Hilite haven't got experience of an acquisition, right? It was written there as they have grown till organically till today, as they have grown organically till today. Therefore, acquisition can be risky. And further, spending outside the land might carry a greater risk, right? Might carry a greater risk due to foreign currencies as well as uh, new laws and regulation of new country, right? Of new country. So this can again be a risk for Hilite. Huh? This can again be a risk for Hilite. Similarly, staff might be not experienced of relocation outside, as Hilite has never operated outside the land. Therefore, staff would also be required have an motivation for relocation. Okay, we have mentioned this point earlier also, so I won't be expanding this much that point. Yeah, the funds, as you can see here, we have got investment amount of around 90 million. Yeah, the funds here. So funds don't seem to be an issue for an entity like Hilite. They are the cash rich. They have mentioned somewhere, right? And also they have got enough capability to fund these type of investments. They have 500 plus hotels. So you need to mention that. An examiner really likes if you connect between different exhibits, right? Examiner loves it. Like if you connect that between different exhibits, examiner gonna be loving it, right? So right, that funds doesn't seems to be an issue for Hilite due to uh, being such a big brand. It would allow Hilite, yeah, being such a big brand, it would allow Hilite to perform this acquisition in a new manner. Okay. Similarly, in a new manner, or in an easy manner would be a better, in an easy manner. Okay. Hilite has been successful brand. Okay. Hilite has been successful brand for Indie land for many years and seems to be a cash-rich entity. Therefore, investing amount such as 90 million doesn't seems to be an issue of concern for Hilite. Okay. Similarly, international laws needs to be read carefully by the people involved in acquisition. And the reason being that in an acquisition, because spending or because spending outside the land would allow Hilite to deal with international laws as well as laws of Zealandia. Therefore, Hilite needs to make internal capabilities to ensure smooth compliance of any particular law associating with the synergy. So they needs to be taking care of it and make sure the first letter of the top is capital, right? Any questions here? So at feasibility, we have mentioned, I would say 3 good points. The 5 good points were here. Okay. Now acceptability requires a lot. Why? Because they have given you acceptability would be drafted a lot. Why? Because they have given you this chart. Now see, this is a positive NPV. So 1 point would be of the projects has positive NPV. So this would attract all our shareholders, right? But again, this data is a concern. We haven't made any cases. We haven't made any sensitivity analysis. We haven't made any good versus bad case. We have assumed certain factors. We have assumed the demands considering the bad reputation associated with the ComFi. So this needs to be a lot of things discussed here, right? And one thing one student has highlighted, that's why in the resources point, in the feasibility point, we could write the refurbishment of compa is also a concern. Yeah, so you could discuss that and after the funds that highlight does not have to invest only, but they have to refurbish the comfi chain, which would allow an extra cost, and that needs to be invested at inception to make ComFi a brand that Hilite is. Okay, so this is again a good point we have made here, right? Feasibility. Now, acceptability, I love writing in acceptability. Reason being that this would allow you to write many points, right? This would allow you to write many points. Okay, so considering here from NPV calculation, the proposal seems to be acceptable. Okay, the proposal seems to be acceptable because it has a positive NPV of 10 million, I guess, or billion, whatever it is. Okay, so this seems proposal, but consideration needs to be given on the elements considered in investment appraisal. Such type of investments which are greater in value requires a lot of analysis, because I've loved doing analysis, right? Requires a lot of analysis to be performed from investors' point of view. such as a what if analysis, considering multiple demand assumptions, right? Similarly, sensitivity analysis of the good, bad, and worst case would allow investor to have a better point of view, as well as would allow to take better decisions, right? Rather than take a decision on this single investment appraisal, we would love to have many more analysis being done, right? Many more analysis being done. Similarly, assumptions of revenue. Now, a little bit of skepticism, right? That follows a growing trend requires further breakdown. Why is that? As COMFI has a bad reputation around Wheelandia, and hotels are quite uh, old. So such growing trends needs to be investigated, right? See, they're challenging the assumptions. It is skepticism, but again, this questions require also, right? Currency risk exposure. Yeah, a student mentioned this, so it's a great point. A currency risk exposure needs to be catered, as well as Wheelandia have a different currency, okay, which is not as stable as D-land, okay, which is not as stable as D-land. So this again is a thing to consider, right? We have never operated outside D-land, okay, and this will bring number of challenges in terms of translation risk, as well as consolidation. Again, a good pointer. So again, a good pointer. Any other points if you want? Any any acquisition should be considered that whether this would allow us to achieve our objectives, and strategies should be performed which are aligned with our objectives, right? In terms of risk and return. And importantly, this should be acceptable for our stakeholders, okay? For our stakeholders. Okay. Any other points if you want to make, guys? The competency point can be mentioned in the feasibility, that the competency and experience and all that, okay? Yeah, you could discuss the point of shareholders, that shareholders, they mentioned that point, right? We have mentioned the acceptability point here in this. They've already wrote 111 mark point, because this would give you 2 marks. Okay, so try thinking of what? Yeah, customers have seen, because customer is one of the stakeholder, right? Have seen Comfi in a uh, outdated version. Okay, so attracting those customers at initial level might be difficult, but since Highlight has an experience of, this again is a major point for feasibility, but we are writing in acceptability, and we can do that. Difficult, but since Highlight has an experience of this industry, they will be making it easy for getting the customers back also. Okay, also customers would be habitual of the services that Comfi give, such as gym and swimming pool. At initial level, you can say that Highlight might need to consider this these features to be provided, although they are not providing in their hotels, or we are not, as we are the business consultants, right? We are the employee, as we are not providing in there in our other hotels in D-land. This could be clash of policies in the entity, right? There could be a clash of policy. So a new policy across, and they should continue, right? So you could write that. So every brand would require a new policy if acquired by Highlight. Okay, if acquired by Highlight. I hope you got this. Yeah, the decision could be, the last point of acceptability could be unfavorable to wider public. Okay, as the media has reacted. Okay, and Wheelandia does not operate standards that Highlight in D-land are habitual of operating. Okay, this may be seen as an unethical practice to have growth and require, okay, require specific declaration each stakeholder regarding the strategy being adopted by Highlight. Okay, ensure reputation is never or is never been
allowed, at stake by Hilite. So they need to give their strong reasons, right? They need to give their strong reasons. Now, concluding comments, because see, they've asked, now read the requirements again. Yeah, requirement reading is very important here, okay? So they want you report. So we have made the report, get this evaluate. So the recommendation is not required. So I won't be saying you to give recommendations, but again, you are going to conclude here. This is the professionalism that you'll conclude what you have written. So how you will do that? So there are number of positive factors to suggest that the acquisition, okay, that the acquisition of Comfi stay chain is viable. Okay, strategy for Hilite. This is not the recommendation that they should do, but this seems viable, right? However, BOD should prioritize which aspects of decision criteria are most important to the success of the venture before making a final decision. Okay. So here, for 20 marks, I guess this is more than enough, right? We have written enough here for 20 marks. Although it was 16 marks, but my habit is that think of the professional marks also as making of points. So you'll write up with some extra points in a limited time frame. Okay, guys, so we have concluded the first part. And in the next class, inshallah, we are going to close these two requirements and we'll try to close up these two also. But again, two classes would be a great for a best drafting practice that we have been doing or we have started doing for the upcoming attempt, right? So any questions you guys can ask. This is all from my side. Take care. So we were heading towards another question of the highlight, and that is an important one. Okay, the question is now an important one. We have done 1A, 1B, right? And we have read the question very well. So now we have some other questions as well. Now, those who haven't taken any class of it, I would request to go into the previous ones and take previous ones on your LMS and take the classes, right? So let's just start with the 2A and 2B. I'm just opening the questions in front of you and I've shared the screen. If you can confirm me that my voice and screen is clear so that we can go on to the other questions, right? Yeah, so students have confirmed it. So let's just have a look onto the other questions as well, right? So far, we have attempted the two requirements, and two requirements are really good, in which I would say that the first one was the Porter's diamond model. It is an important one because we haven't read this model in our theory classes. So attempting a question based on this model is a very good thing. And then we discussed the factors that uh, why exactly DLAN, Hilite is successful in DLAN. And then we went to acquire a hotel chain that was Comfi Stay Hotel, which is not as much as reputed, which the way we are. But the thing is, we suggested our kind of model that through these type of factors, either you can go or you cannot take this acquisition. So let's just see what management has decided, and then we'll
go through the other questions. We'll try to close this question today so that we have exactly better idea, because we will be able to solve approx 2 questions, that September 18 exam and December 18 exam. And this would be really helpful for the class, for the students, those who want to draft, right? This is going to be very helpful for you guys. So let's just have a look on the other questions. It is: following a subsequent decision by the Highlight board, the proposed acquisition of Compi has recently been announced on the stock market. So now the management is going to acquire the Compi, and generally the market has reacted positively to an announcement. However, there have been some negative press reports in Deal and Daily News about the proposed acquisition, criticizing Highlight. The chief executive of Highlight is very concerned about these reports and has asked the business analysis team to consider Highlight's response. So prepare a draft press release. So now management wants you to draft a press release. We have attempted this type of a question. If you remember, the question name was Cheap Kit. We attempted that in that cheap kit that was from a clothing industry, and we have to write a press release. So we have an idea to write the press release, but the key skill here is the communication, because in press release you have to be so easy way of answer. You have to write an easy way of answer so that you can exactly close, the marks that you require, right? Because you cannot admit your mistake. Like Highlight cannot admit here that we have gone through an acquisition, and that's bad reputed entity we acquired because of profits and all that. You cannot say these type of words here, right? What you exactly have to say is that you focused on each and every aspect, and you believe that your expertise is going to be transferred there, and you have to make that understand to the press ones and to the normal public who is reading that newspaper. Because you have been I would say in a conspiracy of a negative publication. So management wants you to draft. So a drafting here would be key, right? The start, the end, the middle points that you want to make, it is going to be the key. And apart from that, the social and environmental impact of Highlights, proposed investment in Beelandia with a view to reassuring its stakeholders of Highlights intentions to maintain its high principles and standards in acquiring the Compi stay hotel chain. Okay, so professional skills marks are available for demonstrating communication skills in clarifying and conveying relevant information to Highlight stakeholders. Okay, so this is how you have got a question that you have got a communication skill and you have to respond to the criticism, right? And I've always told you to allocate the exhibits. So if you remember, while discussing this question, I told you that the better exhibit to respond to this question would be this: the fact sheet, which is obviously a part of 1B, I would say, and then newspaper article following the recent announcement of Highlight to acquire the Comfy Hotels chain in Veelandia. Now see, senior business reporter AJ Tolling questions the motivations of Highlight's business venture. So we'll just skim through this particular exhibit, and then we'll have an idea that what are the criticisms that we have been just got, and then we can respond to that, right? So Highlight Hotels recently announced it was making an approach to buy struggling Compi Stay. Compi Stay's owners, the Wolf family, announced their intention to sell the business 3 months ago, having seen revenues decline steadily in the last 3 years. Its chief executive and founders, Anders De Wall, admitted in an interview last month that the family has failed to recognize and keep up with the investment demands of modern hotels. So they are not kept up with the demand, but was confident that the new owner would revitalize the business, and its potential acquisition by Highlight a positive move for the deal and based budget hotel business. Now, reading its recently published chief executive statement, Highlight is a business which clearly prides itself on the value it places on its staff and maintaining strong employment rights. However, staff in Comfy Stay hotels are currently paid well below the rate of pay earned by their equivalent staff in D-Land. So they have a culture of paying less, okay? Comfy. So you have to argue here that you are not going to pay less. You are going to give them money, what they desire, what they we would say what they are capable of and what they is basically working for, right? They all what they deserve, huh? They also work long hours per week with few employment rights such as holiday or sick pay. Most of Compi stays are staffs are women who are offered fewer opportunities for staff development. In addition, Compi stays policies of only employing men as a hotel manager and senior staff in hotels would seem in a stark contrast to the focus of equality within Highlights. So there's an equality in Highlights platform. In Compi, there isn't. So in this arguments, you'll say that you'll give there a culture of diversity. You'll craft in your answer that you are going to promote diversity there. Whoever is capable will be promoted rather than males or females, right? Staff pay and conditions may not be the only concern of Highlight. Compi Stay was fined by the government of Zealandia less than 2 years ago for polluting the local waterway. So you are a bad polluted entity also, right? The cause was outdated waste and toilet facilities addressed but limited recent investment in Comfi suggest otherwise. Highlight will have to invest significant sums of money to make the hotel chain a viable and sustainable parts of its business if it wishes to adhere to its expectations for environmental sustainability. Although Zealandia has a thriving tourist economy, which has in fact grown since the global economic recession, it is a country of limited environmental awareness. National recycling levels are 50% less than other countries in the region, and its imported CO2 emissions are worst in the region. So, see, these all are the criticisms. And people believe because you got an autonomy to work in Zealandia, you are doing this, you are going to acquire this, but you are going to promote here that you are not going to Zealandia because of these factors. In fact, you are going to change these factors, right? So why is the Compi Stay Hotel interested in Highlight? There is the question on you. Foreign companies like Highlight wish to exploit this low-wage economy where a poorly educated population is happy to employment at whatever the rate of pay and where profits can be maximized with scant regard for the impact on its people or its environment. For an organization like Highlight, this must be questionable and some suggest an unethical direction of development for Highlight to follow. Okay. So this was particularly the I would say the relevant exhibit to it because they have asked pertaining to the answer. They have asked pertaining to the answer of these allegations, right? So this is particularly the relevant exhibit required here. So here we have, I would say here we have uh, the last question attempted. So I'm continuing from here so that we have got exactly, right? So that we have got exactly complete answer in one PDF and then you can print that PDF also, right? Then you can print that PDF also. So let's just start with question 2A. Okay, 2A. And what is that? It is going to be a press release. Okay, what is that? It is going to be a press release, right? I might repeat sometimes. A lot of questions asked. That's why I'm repeating that much many times, just to make sure that each and everyone is aligned, rather than some are too fast and some are working up with the pace. Okay, and this is for immediate release. I would say this is for immediate release. Okay. Just a second. Yeah. Okay. So for immediate release, my keyboard stopped working, so therefore I made some changes. Highlights, first, or sorry, proposed acquisitions of Compi Stay Hotel in Zealandia. Okay. Now see, the communication here matters a lot. So make sure you are communicating well, right? Because you are responding to the press, which is going to be uh, released in the wider public also, right? So now highlights, hotel. Okay. So now highlights, hotels, D-lands, most popular. This is how you're going to be starting, right? Most popular and the largest budget hotels, okay? And the largest budget hotels has recently announced its intention, okay, to acquire the family run business named as Comfi Stay Hotel Chain, okay? Named as Comfi Stay Hotel Chain, located in Queensland, okay? Since there has been an announcement, now see the start, right? There are some concerns that have raised, right, regarding the acquisition of Comfi, right, against the principles and standards of Hilite. Okay, therefore, therefore, Hilite wishes to make sure the entity's names is always capital, right? Hilite wishes to make clear the following reports or following points, okay, in response to these concerns. Okay, in response to these concerns. Now, what were the concerns? What were the concerns? List down. We could say that there was concern on the employee rights. Okay, there was concerns on diversity. Now list down the concerns so you can comment on all that. Environmental, okay, impact. Any other concern if you remember? Uh, long term versus short term. Like why we are coming. They ask now why is that decision taken? So long term versus short term. So these can be the comments. If you read the marks, how much marks they're gonna be offering you here, how much marks they're gonna be offering you here. So it's 13 marks. So even in fact, one point on each head would be enough if the point is strong. But I would write at least two, huh? But I would write at least two. Yeah. This is the format of press release. Yeah, this is exactly the format. Press releases are not of the report-like format. They just requires an heading, a main heading, and then starting, ending. The wordings in the press release matters, right? The wordings in the press release really matters here. Okay, so it's observed that in Compi hotels there has been practice of high or excessive hours. Okay, hours. See, if you give headings line wise, it's gonna benefit you. If you give likewise headings and this will structure your paper. And structuring in SBL is very important. If you're structuring your paper in a manner that it have good headings, it have good focus on the points. So this is gonna be awarding you marks, right? It's been taught in the earlier past papers that we have covered till now. Let's do this again. It's observed that in Comfi hotels, there have been practice of an excessive hours along with child labors being placed at a several times. Okay, at several times, right? So child labor has been placed several times. Uh, if these are the true news, then Hilite wants to confirm that these practices would be immediately stopped, right? That these practices would be immediately stopped. Okay, we'll write that here. This would be immediately stopped because highlight value values its staff and makes and wants to make organizations a better place to work, right? Where staff enjoy rather than enjoy working and keeps balance between life and work. Okay, so they want to make an organization like that, right? Further, uh, if there's any wrong point, you need to highlight that also, right? Further, it's not unethical or it's not unethical to pay staff less in Belandia as in comparison with D-land. The reason here is the economy, right? Economy of Belandia needs to be considered. Highlights want to assure that a benchmarking of the industry in Belandia would be performed so that an appropriate remuneration could be decided. But comparing that with D-land's economy is not the right way to do so. Okay, it is not the right way to do so. Highlight assures that a comparison would be made in place before within industry in Belandia. Okay, a comparison would be made in place, okay, within industry in Belandia before deciding the remuneration. Okay, so you made some two good points, right? You make some two good points, okay? Any questions? Yeah, you could discuss on the $10 million that they have made available to skills and development. So you can introduce that also. So see, it is really, I would say, uh, attracting that you have been in one exhibit and directly you go on into the other exhibit. It's really attractive. So you can mention that here, that highlights commitment to staff development can be verified from the fact that highlight allocated $10 million, okay, 10 million, I would say, okay, dollars for skills and development of staff, which is considered a key reason for highlights success. See, this is the press release. You have to defend yourself, huh? Which is the key, considered a key reason of highlight success. this practice would be carried forwarded wherever highlight grows. Similar trends would be observed in VLANdia so that staff working with COM5 would found their self developed after working once the management of highlight have taken place there. Okay. So see, now we have got 3 good points in employee rights. So let's go into the diversity. Now, this is the answer of a press release. This is directly for the publishing. So you make sure that you do not do any silly mistakes here, right? In fact, I remember that there was a mistake of in a food restaurant and the CEO in front of the media accepted. Do you know what happened? Uh, After that interview, the management decided to remove the CEO. Once he gave it that apologies, it was our mistake that a particular food poisoning got occurred in a bunch. It's just an example, right? I've read this in the newspaper. The CEO got was terminated at the spot the day he admitted his mistake, because in front of a media or wider public, if there is a mistake, you cannot admit it, right? This is the communication. You have to manipulate the words that my condolences with the affectees. We make sure we have an open kitchen. You have to write these sort of comments, right? So it's just an example that in a press release, the reason I'm allocating a too much time in this requirement, because these are the anonymous requirement. The students that I remember from the December 18 exam, when they were left the exam, they said that the press release was very easy, but the result was down. The reason is that they were not prepared to write in that way. Therefore, I give such times to these hectic questions, right? I won't give that much time to SFA or Diamond because these are the facts that we are doing. But the press release, we are not doing regularly. The press release, we are not doing regularly. Okay. So highlights intention is to provide employment opportunities and development opportunities for the staff employed to all of its hotels. Okay, so it's not between the males and females, right? It's not between the males and females. It's between to make sure that the staff gets developed, right? In line with our diversity policies, in line with our diversity policies, highlight will give equal, or we can criticize first the VLANdia, right? Highlight will immediately stop or cease the policy of promoting, right, male hotel staff managers, okay, and will implement a policy of uh, equal opportunity, okay, and that will be prevailed by the staff, those who performed well, rather than based on age, gender, or ethnicity. Okay, see the communication here. We'll be focusing on the work and we'll give promotions ones who have worked, right? Rather than ethnicity, gender, and all that, right? in terms equality and diversity are adhered to wherever is located throughout the world. Would be adhered wherever Hilite is located throughout the world. Okay. So again, a good point of diversity. So we are drafting in a right manner for the press release. Huh? We are drafting in a right manner. Now, in point of concerns raised for environmental impact of COMFI, Hilite would like to let you know that we plan approx an investment of 6 million. It was written, right? It was written here. On the carbon footprint, they mentioned here the amount, right? They mentioned here the amount. Focus on sustainability. They will upgrade the system. See, connecting the points is a good thing, huh? Connecting the points is a good thing. See, environmental investment, 1,116 million. This has been allocated for the COMFI, right? This has been allocated for the COMFI. So it's a really pleasant thing, I would say, that we have allocated a cost for COMFI. So right here, investment of 6 million for environmental development of COMFI, as it had a history of environmental impact. This negates the allegations that have been raised on the intention, right? This negates the allegation that have been raised on the intention. This negates the allegation raised that have been raised on the intentions of Hilite for surviving or for acquisition of COMFI, as it had allocated separate budget for, right? As it had allocated a separate budget for environmental awareness, right? So you guys have made a separate budget of that. In addition, staff will also be trained for the practices to be followed that minimizes the harm to environment, as Hilite believes in limited Hilite believes in limited or limiting the factors that pollutes. So staff would be given an opportunity to learn the techniques to minimize the harm. Okay, to minimize the harm. Any questions, guys? Any questions? If there are, you guys can ask. Yes, so far we are writing a much more maintained answer. I would say it's a greater answer that's required, but since it's a typing, SBL is now a typing paper, so it's really friendly to write more and more, right? Because it's I really like when it was a paper-based exam. I myself passed that paper on a paper-based exam. It was really, I would say, ridiculous because my hands get tired a lot. But if you have a paper to type, I can type whole line for these type of paper, right? Targets would also be set for highlight, making pollution for highlight, sorry, for Comfi on CO2 emissions as well as on other KPIs pertaining to environment, okay, pertaining to environment to make sure pertaining to environment, make sure pertaining to environment targets would also be set for Comfi on CO2 emissions as well as on other KPIs pertaining to environment to make sure Comfi is as environmental focused as highlight. So this is how it closes this line. So again, 2 points on environmental impact. So we need to make at least 7 or 8 points. So we have made approx 6 points till now, right? 6 or 7 would also be enough. Okay. Any questions here? Yeah. So highlight would also wants to make clear their intentions regarding the long-term approach. Highlight have invested in Comfi and assures stakeholders that it is for long term. Okay, it is for long term and wants to develop the travel and tourism industry across Wheelandia as it have developed in the land. Okay, as it have developed in the land. This is one of the reasons that highlight have taken costs pertaining to environment as well as for staff development, which evidences the approach is for long-term and mutual benefit of Beelandia and Highland. Okay. The intention now closing lines is quite clear to revitalize the business of Comfi and assure, we can say, and develop greater employment practices as well as opportunities for the people of Beelandia through this acquisition. So see, although the acquisition is for profits, but we have crafted our answer in a way that we don't want profits. What are you talking about? This is the reasons that why we are going there, right? We will earn, but these are the main reasons that we are going to get an investment here. Okay, so this is the answer. I would say for a press release, a better answer, right? Now, what we have to do, I would say I will just you guys can read the examiner answer as well so that you guys know some extra points. I always prefer reading an examiner answer. Once you have done the question with me, you can read the examiner answer so that you have a better idea of the point, right? Then with a short break, we'll move on to the other part of this question. Hi everyone, hope you all are doing well. So sharing the screen and we are back with the question highlight. See, I'm allocating a specific time and requirement to a particular question so that we can solve that each and every question and have an idea of how to draft, what skills to pursue, what skills to mention and all that, right? So that you get the pass mark here. These classes are just for the students who are attempting in the nearest attempt this SBL exam, and they have to get a good grip on drafting. See, ideal case would be that you draft and I check, but since you are lacking in drafting, so therefore I'm making these classes that if anyone wants to see how sir has attempted that question, they can easily see it, right? If anyone wants to see that how sir has attempted that question, then easily they can check it and see it. Okay, so we have done these 39 marks yet now, and these 13 marks were attempted previously in the previous classes, and now we have to do this particular question also, right? So although Highlights shareholders have generally responded favorably to the proposed acquisition of the Compi, so shareholders are really excited because they know this is the biggest brand and it can grow higher with these acquisitions. Highlights board is considering how it should effectively communicate with all of its key stakeholders to ensure that they understand the strategic decisions and direction of the business. The finance director has recently asked the board to consider the use of integrated reporting. See, those who have taken the previous classes or in the batch, so I've taught integrated reporting very well, but I'll briefly explain and then we'll attempt this question. So what they want to do, they want to apply the integrated reporting to building relationships, right? The finance director has asked you to provide with her with a briefing notes which she will use to assist her in discussion with highlights board members, which assesses the roles and benefits of integrated reporting in assisting effective communication and building relationships. In assisting effective communication and building relationships. Okay. So professional marks are here for evaluation skills. Now, so you say that in evaluation, you have to write pros and cons. So you'll write not the pros and cons of integrated reporting, the pros and cons that if Highlight applied it, and what are the benefits they're going to be having, and what are the difficulties they're going to be facing while applying the integrated reporting, right? So this is the thing. You're not going to demoralize integrated reporting because it's one of the finest things that the guys have made. But the thing is, what they want to do is they need to make sure they're implementing the integrated reporting in a right manner and obstacles have been managed so that they can perform well here. Okay. So this was the case. I've told you that once you have read the requirement, go on the exhibit directly of that particular requirement. So the exhibit here was integrated reporting. I have told you that it was a pretty general requirement. So therefore, you have to make sure if there's any discussion on integrated reporting, you knew it, and then you can apply, right? So extracts of highlight senior management team briefing after an article was published in D-Land newspaper following the announcement of the proposed acquisition of the Compi Stay Hotel. Okay. Attendance, chief executive, sales and marketing director, operations director, finance director. I think we need to consider how we communicate such major strategic decisions, such as our proposed investment in Compi Stay Hotels. I'm not sure there is any need for this. So Thomas is a kind of a person who's I would say a confident one, and a one who don't like the media things, and they consider that these are just the fakes, and they don't do anything, they cannot do anything. So Thomas is kind of that mentality, yeah. So we don't want to overreact to the recent article in the daily news. Let's be realistic. Our shareholders are only interested in the bottom line. So as long as the Compi stakeholders makes them profit, they won't care about anything else. You cannot say these things, right? Our hotel customers likewise are really only interested in their own personal experience. And do our hotel staff really care about more than how much they get paid when their next day off is? So he's thinking that the media attention is not that much. So we don't be focusing on that, huh? That the press release that we issued. So he was against it. Bernie Oak said, I disagree with you. We must consider all our stakeholders. See, the stakeholders repeating. So they are directing you towards integrated reporting, huh? And how we should communicate our activities to them. Both shareholders and customers are changing in their attitudes and expectations of us, not only in the products and services we offer, but also in how we communicate with them. Yes, I agree, Bernie. In particular, we should seriously consider how we report our social and environmental activities to our stakeholders. I believe it could be strategic advantage for us to do so. Strategic advantage? I just don't see what information would interest our stakeholders other than we are profitable and our prices are competitive in the market. We are budget total and our strategic advantage is based on price, not on communication of useless information. See the tone he is using, huh, Thomas? This is the fact that I really appreciate this paper, that it's basically a project that you are dealing in, right? Actually, Thomas, we have a wide range of stakeholders who are interested in wide range of aspects of our business. Effective communication with them is critically important. My own opinion is introducing integrated reporting that would offer the best solution in communication and building relationships. But surely the press statement that we are going to release, accusations in deal and D news, is satisfactory to all our stakeholders. Not all of our stakeholders will see our press statement and have idea of the acquisition. So why bothering telling them why don't which what they don't need to know. So they are saying that stakeholders don't know about the press release and the acquisitions that much. So Thomas is asking why we need to inform them. So Bernie wants that we should implement basically integrated reporting. Yeah. So, okay, everyone, I think we need some further consideration. Elizabeth, can you ask one of the business lines team to provide some information of importance? Now, see the requirement. Huh? The requirement here is important. It's to examine a complaints that we are not, in fact, remembering the requirement while writing. So you have to see the requirement first. Huh? The importance of communication with our key stakeholders and role that integrated reporting can play with it. So it's a requirement mentioned here. Sometimes it's in the top, sometimes it's in the exhibit, that the importance of communication. Your answer should mention that, and how that could be achieved by integrated reporting. How that could be achieved by integrated reporting. Did you guys got my point, huh? Yeah. So 12 and 315 marks. Read the question again. Roles and benefits of integrated reporting, assisting effective communication and building relationships. So this is your requirement. The requirement is further elaborated below. And let's do attempt this question. Any questions if you guys have, you can ask. Otherwise, we'll move on to B. I've taught integrated reporting in the theoretical classes. If you want, we can explain it further. But the thing is, yeah, see, Six Capitals. This is the book that you have been given, is a concise way of communication. Let me just explain it briefly, because many of students are enrolled in the crash course. So they must have an idea of integrated reporting also. They might not have an access of the complete classes. So let's just discuss that. Yeah. So see, it's a concise communication demonstrating the link between governance, strategy, financial performance, and social and environmental context, and shows how organizations create value in the short, medium, and long term. So integrated reporting is basically a way of communicating, right? Rather than just financial performance, just like Thomas was saying, you have to communicate governance, your strategies, your social and environmental context, right? And it asks you to measure your performance in the six capitals. Financial capital, that you can assess in this capital, you can assess the performance of your financial performance of your company. In manufactured capital, you can assess the tangible assets that the company that have, right? And I've told this complete topic in detail in the classes, right? Intellectual capital means how much R&D you have. Sometimes the huge amount of R&D could result in the future products that got hit and that got accepted by market so well that you got famous, you got great revenues through that. Brand, patents, these all are your intellectual capital. Huh? Then human capital, the knowledge and skills of the employees. Consider that the employees are very important, right? Make sure you have an good relationships with the employees, because they are the key assets. They are the human capital, we can say, right? In this, we can discuss the staff turnovers. Social capital is that how you have made your relationship, your customers, suppliers, governments, and natural capital. That environmental matters. You have to write that whether you are damaging the environment or no. The CO2 reference could be mentioned here. So these all are the six capitals in which you can do. But the thing is, in this question, they haven't asked you to apply integrated reporting, just like they asked in the DCS one, that you have to apply the integrated reporting. Here you have to write that whether they can go for integrated reporting, how they are going to help you to develop relationships, and whether integrated reporting can do that or not. So they have asked you to do this thing, right? Okay. So shall we attempt this question? Yeah, you can attempt by yourself and then send it to me for checking. But if you want, you can see this class also. I'm attempting this, right? So you can see this class also. So let's just start, huh? Yeah, I'm saying that if you guys want, you can send it to me for checking, no problem at all, right? Okay. So FAO, there was skill was evaluation, and the format was briefing notes. So you can write here briefing notes. And again, this seems to be a general requirement because very less data is given. Every 5, 10, 15 marks can be general, that you have to think of the points and have to implement it with the scenario. So be prepared for those, because these requirements are going to be time taking, because you haven't got points from the question. You have to think it, then you have to fit it with the scenario and then apply. Okay. So finance director. Okay. Notes on the role of benefits. Now, what examiner told this about this question is that what student did, uh, they 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 exactly replicated the model of integrated reporting, the financial capital, natural capital, and this was really wrong because you think of the requirement, they haven't asked you to apply integrated reporting, guys. Okay, aims of integrated reporting. First it was that, then we'll read, if you want, you can read the requirement again. Huh? If you want, you can read the requirement again uh, so that you have an idea that what you are going to do. And this is really, you have to read the requirement again and again. This is really what I believe is, right? Because if you got diverted from the requirement, then it's going to impact you a lot, huh? Then it's going to impact you a lot. So role and benefits of integrated reporting in assessing effective communication and in building relationships with stakeholders. So we can write about the aims of integrated reporting, the role of integrated reporting, and then how does it basically builds relationship with stakeholders. So these are all the paragraphs that you have to make here, right? So since you are in a company, so you have to talk like that, that if we are, okay, if we are to implement an integrated reporting approach, okay, we should do with the aim of improving our information or communication, quality of communication. Okay, we should do it with the aim of quality of communication, information we provide to our stakeholders. I might do some spell errors. You have to make sure you don't do that in exam. And to promote a more efficient approach to our corporate reporting activities, right? And this is really applied. Since I worked in the corporate reporting department of a business, of an entity of one of the largest manufacturing entity in Pakistan. So I must say that integrated reporting is applied and it's considered a great one, right? It's applied and it's considered a great approach of reporting to the management as well as to the stakeholders, right? Integrated reporting will consolidate complete access aspects, okay, and provide stakeholders a wider view, a wider context of the organizations, right? Of the organization's strategies and methodology, of the organization strategies and methodologies. This would make Highlight more efficient in stakeholder communication. So this is the aim, right? This is the aim. Whenever you've got uh, aims of integrated reporting, you can just copy paste it and then change the name of the company if you have got the questions, because the practice questions we see and the questions in the exam, they might have a similar nature of requirement. So you can do that. Huh? The role of integrated reporting. Let's apply that. Highlight should have an intention in implementation of IR benefit all our stakeholders. One of the students has asked, if my answer is quite different with you,
but I've catered the same points. So will I be able to get marks? Yeah. My answer could be in that direction and your answer could be in that direction. If those points are considered valid, you guys will pass. That's the beauty of SBL. There's no fixed answer. In fact, I'll share the answer scheme of these questions as well. You'll see that examiner has written in the top of, in fact, I've shown in these questions also at the top, it is written that you cannot be exactly right in the answer that we have shared. There can be many more points. It's on the discussion, and we do not expect students to write like examiner does, because they do not write in an exam pressure with 3 hours or 4 hours. So that's the thing. That's the fact, right? So Hilite should have an intention and implementation of IR to benefit all our stakeholders who are interested to know that how Hilite creates value over time, including our hotel staff and customers, right? As well as local communities. So they might want to know that how we add value in their lives, right? How we add value in their lives, right? Now you can write that importantly, uh, value creation is linked directly. I got this point from the examiner scheme and it's very fine, right? Linked directly the value we create for those stakeholders. So our value can be created if we have created the value of those, right? Primary role, the primary role of an integrated report, apologies, the formatting errors are here. So the primary role of an integrated report is to improve, right? Is to improve the quality of information available to our stakeholders, okay? Available to our stakeholders by communicating broader view with broader view with more relevant information which can assist them in effective decision making. Okay, so this is the main aim, so that decisions could be taken by them can be appropriate, right? Particularly for the investors, huh? Research indicates research indicates that investor want broader view, okay, beyond financial data, so that they could consolidate all the information before investing. This could also allow them to invest for long term if they have got all the information they need for long term, right? So these are the main roles of integrated reporting. Huh? These are all the main roles of integrated reporting. Now write benefits, and the last para would be how does it uh, creates relationships, right? So benefits of integrated reporting. Let's do that also. So here the benefits to stakeholders of using a broader view. Information, the benefits of stakeholders of using broader information
have numerous, we can say, we can write here that the benefit to stakeholders of using broader information are multiple, okay, are multiple and are highlighted as follows. You're mentioning the benefits and you'll explain it with the highlight, right? You'll explain it with the highlight, right? And effective decision making can be made having such information beyond financial, right? Uh, for example, you can write the examples as well. If total customers knew before the satisfaction level of other customers at that particular hotel, they can exactly decide to stay or search for others. Such providence of data would always lead to effective decision making, which would direct our customers get higher level of satisfaction. So I gave an example that if I know the customer satisfaction levels, it would allow our customers to take the better decisions with that. Other scores are available, right? The scores that are available, so they decide whether to stay or not. Similarly, the six capitals, we're not going to define them, would allow management to evaluate the performance of the organization across capitals rather than just focusing on the financial view. Okay. The other five capitals are interlinked with the financial capital because if an entity is suffering in any particular capital, it would have an impact on the financial capital as well with time. So, integrated reporting framework allows you to apply six capitals and monitor performance over those capital and appropriate action can be taken place if required. So these six capitals are one of the benefits, right? These six capitals are one of the benefits, right? Any other particular benefits, if you want to write, you can. I have other one also, but since the requirements are, we can say of 15 marks, so we make sure we are making 7 or 8 good points, right? So intro 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 2 at least points, and we have an para to cover also, that building relationships. So I would write one more benefit, and then I'll dive into the building relationships, right? You can write on the investor's decision making, but we have made the decision making point earlier, so we can also we can think of the approach, right? That it would possess the long-term approach of an organization. Integrated reporting would allow stakeholders to think of an approach that organization possess. For example, such organizations would have those who have applied integrated reporting have an approach over the long term. Customers, investors, and other stakeholders, while seeing the integrated reporting, would allow them to stay longer with the organization because organization's strategic view would be perceived as long-term approach due to application of integrated reporting, right? So we got another interesting point. Now, assisting in building relationships. Last head that we have to cover. Now, the major issues, the blunder that students make is applying the integrated reporting in this company. That was not asked. In fact, you'll read the examiner comments. I'll make sure I make you, I make a class on the examiner comments as well, and what examiner is saying about uh, those papers that you have attempted, that you must have an idea that what misses you guys are making, right? Through IR, entities would be able to provide details on creating value, right? Therefore, if a stakeholder knows how organizations are going to create value for their life, they could be associated with entities quite longer, which can make benefit, which can make the benefit of, sorry, which can make the relationship strengthening as well as longer, strengthening as well as longer between two parties. Okay. Any other paragraph that you would add in the value creation of building relationships, right? Similarly, integrated reporting would highlight the areas where management needs improvement. And since areas are given entities, if improved, then it would be communicated at a wider level that management takes action appropriately. If action taking time is less, if implementation, let's say, is less, is be attractive for investors as well as for employees because they all knew that if there is a particular issue and if that is highlighted, now see the writing, I'm writing the general comments, huh? But I'm linking it with the scenario. If that is highlighted at appropriate level, it could be resolved
timely. Okay, so see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Other points could also be made, that the right decisions would lead to better relationships. So you could write that also, that highlight would be allowed to add value. They could do the economic analysis. The company strategies would be quite and clear, and the stakeholders would be responding on those strategies also. So this could also be the point to make. The thing is, the student, while reading the integrated reporting, got happy and applied the six capitals. But if anyone has a good skeptical skills that they read the requirement well, they could have drafted the answer in that way. Okay. So any questions, guys, if you have, you can ask me. Otherwise, we can move on to the other requirement. Yeah. So now we have, I would say, another interesting question here, which we can uh, do and write. And this is surely a good question to attempt. The 18 marks, right? 18 marks. That's really a good thing, I would say. Sorry, but complete one, I don't know. Yeah. So you can see here that it's 14 marks that, okay, and then 4 marks. Now, at the most recent board meeting occurred a potential threat of disruptive technology. So a disruptive technology topic being tested here. At that time, Airbnb was on high. So a hotel industry came in SBL paper and disruptive technology being tested. So see, SBL takes the examples from the current scenarios, right? Recently, the football industry being tested. So think of the FIFA, that's whether it's near or not. So the industry could be predicted by what's going around the world in the hotel industry. Following the meeting, the chief executive has requested further information for board on this issue. The chief business analyst has asked you to write a report for the next board meeting which discusses the potential. Now think of the requirements. Potential challenges of highlight posed by development of disruptive technologies which are emerging in hotel industry and highlight the potential application of disruptive technology which may be considered by highlight. So you have to mention the challenges that highlight's gonna have and how highlight could take care of that, being the budget total, and how highlight can take care of that, being the budget total. So it will give you 18 marks, right? 18 marks. These are the important ones, huh? Let's read the exhibit. Exhibit 6, board meeting minutes, present chairman, chief executive, proceedings. The chairman opened the meeting. One of the students asked us, is it necessary to read the exhibits 2 times? So see, it's your level that what exactly, how much exactly you remember. If you remember the complete exhibits at once, so it's good. I was not that much good student. So what I do is I use the exhibits, I read the exhibits hurriedly first, and then while attempting the requirement, I go through them again so that I could connect well with this.
The chairman opened the meeting, stating that the meeting had been scheduled to discuss the challenges faced by Highlight in managing and developing its information systems. He noted that he personally found the rapid development in IT technologies, but was confident Highlight would develop the appropriate responses. Agenda item 1, disruptive technology. The first agenda item was introduced by Jay Brown, sales and marketing director. Ms. Brown expressed her concern that hotel concept is under threat as there have never been more alternatives uh, for customers to staying in a traditional hotel. So they think that hotel, their own business is on a threat. Evaluate explanation of Rent a Room. Rent a Room is totally online marketplace which offers flexibility, hospitality, enable guests to quickly and conventionally book short-term room lodgings, third-party host. So you have to go on to the booking.com and will pick on the hotel that you want. So it's a third-party booking, right? You can go for the hostels, you can go for the bookings as well. So that third-party platform is kind of making a threat to the hotels that have been operated from so much long time. These include apartment rentals, homestays, hostels, and hotels. Now, Rent a Room receives a percentage service from the guest as well as the host. It has 2 million accommodation listings and 60,000 towns and cities across the world. Notably, it doesn't own any lodging. Booking.com or Agoda don't have that hotel that's owned, but they have a lot of hotels that have been listed on their websites. Many of the hosts listed with renter room offer high-speed internet and Wi-Fi facilities, plus extras such as web movies and prices charged are often far lower than hotel room prices. Mr. Thomas Meyer, Highlight's operation director, stated his belief that rent-a-room concept is limited threat. So Thomas is against it, that we are not under threat. Established business model. His opinion was that it's just people sleeping on the floor of a friend's house and raiding their fridge in the morning. It's hardly what we offer. We cannot offer that type of service. Customers want far more than that. He also expressed his belief that this would be a short-lived phenomena. The threat from a renter room is clearly more of an if rather than when. So he's thinking it is not a threat. It might be a threat or not rather than when. But again, I told you that this is a threat to our industry. Okay. So I think we should never or not overreact. Just let this blow over. Mrs. Elizabeth Fox, Highlights finance director, commented that technology was likely to be a key disruptive influence on the future of hotel industry. She explained that modern travelers and primarily the millennials are looking for value for money, flexibility, and ability to manage their whole stay from booking through the flexible checkout. She also noted that smartphone apps are now being developed to enable smartphones to be used as an alternative to a key for door entry system to hotels. Now, see, she also noted that smartphone apps are now being developed and smartphones to be used as an alternative to key for the door. So these all are the technologies that Highlight do not have, and this can be disruptive for them, right? The flexibility they can be offering and all these type of things, right? I'll share my example. I went to the Eastern Asia countries. I was in Malaysia, I guess, and then I arrived 5 hours before my check-in time. So the hotel accommodated me. They minorly charged, but they said that because we have a room and we have a customer. So see, this is the satisfaction that they provide to the customer, right? This is the satisfaction they provide to the customer. So if they wouldn't have provided, I would have to wait five hours at the lodge. So I wouldn't be able, or I won't be choosing that particular hotel after my visit again because they didn't satisfy me. So these type of measures that hotel takes, such like clock in, check in, or mobile e-opening door. So these are the things that we must have, right? Other technological developments in the hotel industry were discussed, including the emergence of OTAs and hotel comparisons and booking sites, and the development of personalized technologies such as smartphone apps, which provide guests and personalized service such as customized local offers from business partners, including booking facilities at local restaurants and cheap tickets for local attractions. Okay. Elizabeth Fox concluded the discussion with the statement that hotels can no longer simply rent rooms. We need to give the traveler more reasons to book with us directly. And the chief executive Bernie Walk summarized by stating that Highlight could not ignore disruptive technology and that before any decision is made on how to react to these, Highlight must access to extend strategic threat before identifying relevant responses. So we have got the complete exhibit now, sir. Do we read the part two as well? I won't be saying you to read the part two. The reason is I won't be saying to read you to read the part two. The reason is it belongs to the 3B requirement, right? It belongs to the other requirement. So I won't be saying you that to do. But the thing is that we have got another good question. It's on the disruptive technology, and it's one of my favorite topic, right? Because there are many disruptors being existing in the market. And I've given many examples while teaching this topic in the classes or in the okay. So let's just move on to the question again. Uh, just a second. So it was report, right? If I'm not wrong, the format here was report. These are the important things, right? The skills are skepticism, the formats, and I'm pretty against with the statements that Thomas is making because he's one of the director, right? And if saying it's a limited threat, how can he be? How can it be, right? So you can criticize a bit also to the BOD or O of highlight, okay, from senior business analyst, okay, date is exam date. You can write the exam date, whatever the date for that is, okay, and the subject is impact of disruptive technology on highlight, okay, introduction, okay. The following report will evaluate the potential strategic impact. Okay, this will evaluate the potential strategic impact of the India. Yeah, so the following report will evaluate the potential strategic impact on highlight of the disruptive technology, okay, of the disruptive technologies which are emerging in the hotel industry, okay, and will consider, they want you to consider the applications that highlight could make, right? Remember the question, and will consider the range of technologies emerging in the industry and the likely impact they could have on highlight. Okay, this report would also include a range of potential applications, potential potential application of disruptive technologies that Highlight could or may consider implement. Okay, may consider implement. The emergence of disruptive technology. Huh? The emergence of disruptive technology. Now, this is again, you are starting, you are writing a report, and you're reporting it to the board. So you can directly cannot write challenges and applications, right? You cannot do that. Okay. What you can do is that you define the disruptive technology, then write the challenges that what they have and the potential application that you can make. Okay. So this is how you will write. Okay. A disruptive technology, okay, is a new technology, okay, which is a new technology which can unexpectedly displace an established one with the outcome of uh, reshaping new industry, okay, reshaping apologies that industry, that it can reshape that industry, or in fact can create a new industry on its own. That means just like Netflix, it was not an industry. It just got a new industry now. They have Amazon, they have Any Plus, and what does this things mean? That disruptor can reshape that the particular industry as well as it can create a new industry as well, right? It can create a new industry. Today, total customers requires unique and personal experience, having wider variety, okay, wider choices, better values, right? Which disruptive technology are attempting to provide, okay? Yeah. So now, Proctor, in order to protect ourselves from the emerging threat, right? And attract uh, and attract. So in order to protect ourselves from emerging threat and attract our customers to stay loyal with Highlight, appropriate actions with appropriate time. Okay. So you define the emergence of disruptive technology here, right? Again, read the marks that they give you, 18. So 9 valid points or 9 beautiful paragraphs would work here. But I would suggest you to write at least 10, 11, right? I would suggest you to write 10, 11s. Highlight needs to attract customers, right? Highlight needs to attract customers and offer. Yeah. So Highlight needs to attract customers and offer better service quality, okay, and offer better service quality. Okay. and offer better service quality to stay attract to stay in market, as this threat could be uh, taking them out of the market, right? Now you have to link it with the scenario as well. Now, how to do that is that what you have to do that is think of the comments that the directors made, right? Think of the comments that directors made here. Like go on the exhibit, see who was against this threat, who was with this threat, just like Jay Brown, sales and marketing director. See, Miss Brown is threat. Hotel concept is under threat, right? So this is, I would say, a pessimistic approach that you are just applying each and everything. Now that technology has just started to develop in this particular region, so we cannot say that this is a obvious threat, but we can say that if we do not took appropriate measures, this could issue here, right? This could be a threat for our future. So you need to link it with the scenario, right? The comments made by the sales and marketing director that hotel concept is under threat can be over optimistic, sorry, or can be a pessimistic view. However, management just can't ignore this completely. That if this threat materializes, that if threat materializes, this would hit the market share. Okay. Okay. So that threat materializes, this would hit the market a lot. So appropriate actions therefore need to be taken, right? Therefore, an overall assessment of disruptive technology needs to be done so that appropriate measures or needs to be done can be ended with the second para, right? Needs to be done can be ended with the second para. Okay. Now, challenges. You can write these challenges as well. Now, what are the challenges here? What we can discuss here? First, we need to argue with a bit of Mr. Thomas, right? He was which director? I would say he was operations director, right? So you can discuss that here. Again, it would be linking it with the scenario as well. So you could discuss that thing here, okay? Now, challenges. What are the challenges here? The challenges would be that any alternative that's available to hotel this might impact now, right? If there are highlight has been successful because there were no alternatives to highlight. But if people got an alternative, highlight would have an impact, right? Highlight would have an impact. So highlight, now see the skepticism has been successful. Highlight has been successful because there were no alternatives that have been with same service quality in DLAM, right? This is one of the reason that highlight has success, right? But
since the traditional approaches are getting outdated, okay, and new measures are implemented to attract customer base, right? Which online accommodation providers such as rent a room offers, right? Rent a room offers which make customer experience, which make customer experience more smooth, okay, and convenient. This might impact highlight in upcoming future. Okay, so this is one of the challenge that they are allowing the experience get smoother, right? Disruptive tech such as disruptive tech such as rent a room, okay, are real threat to highlight and comments made by operations director, comments made by operations director needs to be challenged, okay, of considering this threat and if rather than when, okay, considering this threat and if rather than when. This needs to be challenged, right? This is needs to be challenged. There's clearly not an if situation because this threat has optimized, right? This threat has optimized and right, this threat has optimized and can impact to the whole hotel industry and can impact to the whole hotel industry at a new level. Okay. This is also evidenced by hotel industry report, which mentioned, yeah, they mentioned also the changing competitive environment, right? So hotel industry report that mentioned changes in competitive environment that possess some changes in the competitive environment that industry is observing. Change, okay, change in industry dynamics could be a real threat to could be a real threat to highlight. Okay, so now list down the challenges. So you criticize that, Thomas, right? Operations director. Now list down the challenges that they are giving. Flexible. First of all, they have been given a comparison, a flexibility, a personalized experience, right? The host, such as rent a room, gives a flexibility. Rent a room gives a flexibility towards customers offering many products with good combos at a good rates, right? At a good rates. Further, customer, this is my experience, right? If you have an experience of this industry, you can apply that. Further, The customer could design a tailor-made service and could have a better and cheaper option considering quality they want. This is unlike to the traditional hotel system, which gives you fixed nature of service, fixed price, rather than tailor-made service, right? This flexibility is great. Apart from it, listing on such host websites gives customer a wider look of market as well as a greater comparison price as well as of quality through feedbacks mentioned through feedbacks mentioned through this customer could opt for any particular lodgings that have attracted through their presence on these platforms on these platforms that have attract customers through their uh, availability on these platforms, right? Also, a lot of budget travelers or I would say traveling enthusiasts, those who are the vloggers, right? Requires cheap lodgings and might be a sharing mechanism which is also offered by these platforms which attract those travelers and can have an impact on and can have an impact market observed by hotel industry, okay, and can have impact on market observed by hotel industry. So this really attracts and can have impact on market by observed by hotel industry, okay. Apart from that, wider choice of product offerings can be a point of discussion here. There are some really and great wider choices of the products that have been offered here, okay. So you can write that. Highlight hotels are the budget ones and do not offer facility like gym, pool, and restaurants. Okay, these online host platforms allows customer to add on particular facility they require at a good price. This made challenge for highlight customer base as if the customer can have some extra facilities at a minimal cost, they might enhance their cost and could turn towards any particular hotel that offers and are mentioned on these platforms. Again, market share of Highlight possesses have a market share, I would say, of Highlight have a threat due to budget, or I would say have a threat here. I would like to end the paragraph here, right? I would be really liking to end the paragraph here. Okay. Similarly, if any particular choice of products became wider and famous by the public and Highlight would not be offering them, this would impact Highlight materially. This would in fact impact the Highlight materially. Another service is personalization. Now, what's personalizations, right? What personalizations? That excessive experience, right? Extra, we could say, extra development towards experience, extra development towards experience of customers, their satisfaction level, right? Through alternate product offerings, okay? Through the alternate product offerings would allow host to give a personalized service, to give a personalized service because quantum of a customer on the host platform is single, whereas since has Highlight is a bigger hotel chain having 46,000 plus rooms, they have to cater many customers, right? So there could be a greater difference of the personalized experience, right? Personalized experience in comparing Highlight as well as these host platforms, as well as these host platforms. So apart now, we have still made a great comments, right? We have still made some great comments yet. Still, we can write on smartphone technology, right? We can write for that. This gives you the flexibility of keeping the key because people take care of the phones. So you can write on smartphone tech also. I'm mentioning that you can write by yourself. This can be an extra point. Okay, this can be an extra point here. Any other points if you want to make, guys? Yeah, we can write in the smartphone tech that many hotels that are listed on that allows the smartphone check-ins. But in comparison with Highlight couldn't do that because Highlight has so many hotels. I guess it has 46,000 hotel rooms and 510 hotels. So if you want to draft, I can draft it for you. That many customers
attract towards smartphone check-ins, right? Which are quite easy for the hotels that are not bigger in size. But if the same tag is implemented, but if the same tag is implemented at highlight, this would require significant investment as well as distortion, disruption in particular business in operating time. Okay. So there might be a specific customer base that prefer these type of lodgings, and if they got an alternative option offering these service, they might get switched from highlight. Okay. So these all are the disruptions that are currently operating in highlight, right? These all are the disruptions that are operating in the highlight. Applications of these challenges by highlight. This could also be written. Highlight would initially, I would write at least 3 applications, right? Start listing on these platforms, right? On these platforms so that they are not missing out any opportunity that can be availed from these platforms, and they are approaching customers which visits these platforms. If any new customer got uh, directed to highlight, highlight needs to make sure they provide such service that it's not being the customer is not allowed to get lost, right? It's that customer could not switch between highlight. So to make sure once you got the customer from there, you give these services. Apart from that, we can say that highlight can offer or can make arrangements with the nearby gym, restaurants, and pool or restaurants and clubs to have an agreement, also clubs, to allow their customers at good price, economic price. This arrangement could be marketed that if any customer wants any extra service mentioned earlier, can opt by paying and having a plenty discount, right? This would also allow highlight to give some package discounts and get itself in the top-notch position being selected by customers on these platforms. Also, Hilite would develop its own smartphone and do particular smartphone, not sorry, smart apps so that it can also work towards check-in process, although it would require significant time. It would require significant time as well as significant cost, but can majorly change structure or the personalized experience was right. So it majorly restructure that if you do these type of service, huh? If you do these type of service. Similarly, this could be the starting point for Hilite and can further developments being made to give better service experience to their customers. So see, for I would say for approx 20 marks, right? 18 marks, you have written, I guess, more than enough. The formats 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we have write 2 or 3 extra, which I have told you. This would, and at a good time, because now SBL is typing, so it gives you a good time to draft. If you have got the right points, you can draft it, right? Now, we conclude this class, and in the last class of this paper of this question, we'll do this question, and I'll direct you towards the examiner comments of both of the papers that we have solved, the September 18 one and the December 18 one. So you should exactly know what mistakes students has done. Okay. So this is all from my side. If you guys have any particular questions, you guys can ask. See you in the upcoming session. Thank you. Hi everyone. Hope you guys are doing well. We are probably ending this question by today. We have attempted, I would say, approx the around 80 marks, right? So now 85 marks. So now we are left with only 15 marks. And again, the strategy would be same, that you'll have a look onto the requirement, you'll go onto the exhibit and then read the requirement again, keeping the skills in the mind and will draft answer, right? Keeping the skills in the mind and will draft answer. Okay. So the finance director has asked you to prepare 3 presentation slides, one for each risk identified and accompanying notes for the next board meeting, assessing the potential outcomes of each of the information system risk identified by FD. So they want you to make the slides, right? Slides are very easy. Why so they are easy? They are easy because you don't have to write that much there because you know about the things, you made the pointers, you'll get the points, and then you'll give the notes and you will get the points, right? And recommend actions for each risk which Hilite should take in order to control these risks. So you'll recommend the actions which Hilite have to take to control these risks and commercial acumen. So that means the risk and the recommendations you are going to elaborate, they should be commercially sound. You cannot give a recommendation. You cannot give a recommendation that's not commercially sound because it's going to impact you that much that you won't be able. It's just like that if a company has a revenue of around 100 rupees or $100 and you are suggesting a recommendation worth 150. So that's not commercial sense, right? So the question is that you have to make 3 presentation slides, and apart from that, they have identified some 3 risks which they want you to identify the outcomes of these risks and the actions in the 3 different slides for 15 marks. And the skill here is commercial acumen. So let's back to the exhibit where these risks were discussed, and then we can close this question. Okay, so it was disruptive technology. This is the agenda item 2, information system risks and control. The finance director opened the discussion on information system and controls with the statement that although Highlight has invested significant amounts of money in its website in its last few years, it has not developed a clear information system strategy. So there's a strategy of IES IT being lacking. Concern that control and management of ITIS environment have not been adequately addressed. The chairman commented that Highlight has not experienced any breaches of information systems. We must be doing something right. The finance director presented the board. She considered the 3 information system risk considerations. The finance director recommended that these risks should be prioritized and Highlight must take appropriate action to control these risks. The finance director presented in Appendix 1 to the board, identify the challenges posed by disruptive technology and recommend applications of disruptive technology by Highlight, identify appropriate actions to control Highlight's information system environment, investigate the possibility of recruiting an IT director. So these are the 3, I would say, sorry, these are the 3 risks that have been given in the Appendix 1, and they have given you some actions which you can take as a sample for writing that identify the challenges posed by disruptive technology and recommend applications, right? Identify appropriate actions to highlight information system, investigate and possibility of recruiting an IT director. There's no IT director. So these are certain issues which we'll discuss in the next board meeting. These are the 3 risks: that lack of focus on ITIS strategy, weak focus on ITIS strategy, and weak strategic leadership of ITIS development, limited support for ITIS strategy at board level, cyber and data security breaches, failure to update our information system in line with latest cybersecurity threats, lack of appropriate internal physical and access controls, business continuity threat, insufficient planning for business continuity, lack of awareness at board levels, and importance of critical information system. So these are the 3 threats they want you to write on with commercial sense. Now, what they exactly want from you is, what they exactly want from you guys is that briefing notes she will use to assist her in discussions with Highlights board members, which assesses the role and benefits of here, 3 slides. Next board meeting, potential outcomes of each of the information system risk identified by the FD and recommend action. So you have to discuss the outcomes and the actions that it's gonna be carrying in. Okay, so outcomes and then the actions that it's gonna be carrying in. Okay, so 3B, here it is, risks. Apologies, it's slide, so I'll go on to the slide format. Okay, so I've already written something here, so let's just delete that. Okay, so risk 1, what's that? Lack of focus on IT IS strategy. Okay, lack of focus on IT IS strategy. So this was the risk 1 that was identified. Now, outcomes, write that that highlights business strategy is not supported by IT IS strategy. Okay, this is one of the outcome that your both strategies are not aligned. They are not attached with each other. Okay, business opportunities might get missed. You can earn businesses, right? You can earn business from this, huh? You can earn business once your ITIS strategy is maintained. So you could work further online and this could lead to you to some online business and more revenues. But if that strategy is not even made, so how you would how that strategy gonna be giving you some businesses, right? uh, Wastage of resources due to lack of leadership. So since you haven't have the director at the top, so your resources pertaining to IT and IES, what you have employed or what you have bought, might get wasted because you don't have the director. They are mentioned there, right? So recommended actions. I love attempting slide, right? The reason is you have to write less here, and the slides shall be attempted at the last, right? Because it takes a lot of less time. So this will add you, if you have 10-15 minutes in the last requirement, and if it's slides, you can easily do that, right? Employ an IT director, okay? And then align the business strategy with the ITIS strategy, okay? So align the business strategy with ITIS strategy. So this is the slide one. That was lack of focus on ITIS strategy, right? Lack of focus on ITIS strategy. There was no IT director. So I told them that employ an IT director and align the business strategy with ITIS strategy, right? So uh, let's just speaker notes now. Go on to speaker notes and write here that it's notes, okay? Now outcomes, again, you'll explain the outcomes. I won't say you to write separate paragraphs for outcomes, right? Right. So start here. That highlight would have got a lot of highlight at a business strategy which shall be parallel to ITIS strategy. Since highlight uh, had developed haven't had development in ITIS area, shows misalignment between the strategy. Okay, we could say between the strategy of highlight strategies of highlight operating system of highlight operating system. A major reason of success of businesses is to get aligned with their strategies so that their work environment, we could say, right, their system of operation or operations works smoothly and provide better experience, okay? And provide better experience. Uh, Having lack of focus on ITIS strategy would allow to generate difficulties in getting highlights objective achieved, right? In getting highlights objectives achieved, okay? Without adequate focus on the strategic importance of information system, there would be very lesser new opportunities of business will be generated. It would have a great impact here, right? Which could harm the competitive advantage Hilite currently have, okay? And might get competitors moving ahead of us. Would allow you to get your competitors moving ahead of us, okay? So recommended actions now. What could be the recommended actions, right? So there should be a proper strategy and which should be implemented from the top to bottom level, okay? There should be a proper strategy and that too implemented from top to bottom, okay? To assure alignment of every operation, right? We need to employ an IT director to have leadership at the top level, which could emphasize importance of focus on IT, IS strategy, right? See, I gave them an good option, right, to employ the IT director. Similarly, or I could go on another point. Similarly, the opportunity missed due to not having IT focused strategies could be catered once policies pertaining to this area is made and have been published and compliance are made as priority. Okay, so that you don't have to just make the policy, you have to make sure that you guys complies, right? Similarly, wasting of resources needs to be avoided through better allocation of resources. This would result in higher outcome in future. So again, you explain here the outcomes and the actions, and then you gave some speaker notes to that, and then you gave some speaker notes to that. Now question rises, that's in every question do they ask slides? See, it depends on the patterns. What we have seen, they usually ask the slides, right? What we have seen, they usually ask the slides, but that totally depends on them, right? Now, cyber and data security breaches, again, an easy risk to attempt, risk to cyber and data security breaches, okay? So risk two, let's do that. Outcomes, loss of key organizational and customer data, okay? Similarly, severe business interruption leading to loss of business, okay? Damage to reputation, financial costs, and legal claims. So if you have lost someone's data, this could result in these impacts, right? This could result in these issues. cyber and data security needs to be catered well, right? Information systems should be cyber active and they could replicate or tackle with the threats, right? Since you do not have the director at the top, how could you be focusing on these areas? There's a matter of question, right? This is a matter of question now. Okay, so recommendations. Now, what could be the recommendations? Huh? Invest in latest cyber security, okay, and controls. Similarly, implement and upgrade information systems, control environment, setting and control environment. Like there should be password controls, there should be people controls, people not accessing each and everything. So these are the things that you can do here. So let's discuss that. Huh? Cyber and data security is the major threat, okay, is the major threat to modern businesses, including Hilite as an including Hilite, right? As an organization, we could be vulnerable, or we could, uh, yeah, vulnerable would the light word. We could be vulnerable to the threat of external hacking, to the key organizational data, okay? To the key organizational data, okay? A considerable, so that means hacking is vulnerable. You cannot accept that. Yeah, a considerable threat could be virus impacting this data. It's corrupt, okay? The worst case, data gets deleted, right? Deleted, okay, or disabled. These are the worst cases that can be tolerable, but getting a hack being done, that's vulnerable to any particular. In Pakistan, if we think of that any websites could get hacked, we we really take care of the credentials that we gave them because we have been shopping around, and if there is a particular issue, that type of issue raised, so we need to take care of that also, right? We need to make sure that such type of issues are not hacked, right? Consequences, like that, the consequences of such mishaps can be affecting reputation severely, okay? Can be impacting the reputation severely and could lead to system failure and corruption of data, okay? Allowing unauthorized or untrained staff, okay, access to information systems could result in data breaches, okay, and incorrect processing of orders. Yeah, this could happen, huh? This could happen. Correction of these can be costly as well as wastage time, right? This would be costly as well as wastage of time. Recommended actions, please write that. So yeah, sure. We have written this. We have already written that. We are just going to explain. Highlight should consider allocating specific budget to implement controls on cybersecurity because it is a threat which could not directly impact reputation, which could not only okay, only directly impact reputation, but could damage the business at a separate whole level. Okay, at a separate whole level. This could damage the business at a separate whole level. So this is an issue, right? This is an issue here. Highlight if not proper care taken or proper action plan made and such an incident happens, this could lead to uh, legal claims. So this would lead to legal claims and can impact profitability. Okay, as well as key management time gets wasted. This is not an action. This is the, I would say, out. Okay, explain that also. Highlight, have a specific budget for staff training in which it needs to assure that, okay, in which it needs to assure that specific budget for staff training in which it needs to assure that staffs are trained well in terms of cyber security. And in fact, staff have been instructed to have a limited access data, which is irrelevant to them or their particular department. Similarly, accessing that data should be limited to the particular people operating in that area. Limitation of access would always get the security hacks to a minimal level. Okay, so get your security hacks at a minimal level. So again, notes done. The easy one, I would say, that was now the business continuity threat. Business continuity threat means we do not have the plan B. In such case, if any incident happens, just like COVID came and such like any particular issue came, we do not have any plan to offer. We do not have any particular issue to go through. We do not have any particular action to be taken. So that means every business have a business disaster recovery plan. Yeah, business continuity plan. You have to make these sort of plans, right? Because you won't be having an operations going smoothly if your plans are if any particular uncertainty arises. So planning of uncertainty should always be made. Huh? So planning of uncertainty should always be made here. Business continuity. Okay. Now, outcomes unable to operate effectively. No disaster recovery plan. Like there should be a disaster recovery plan also, like getting shut down or finishing all things or closing a particular project so that we get the funds released. So These all are the plans that usually management have. It's if the worst case. It's basically the sensitivity analysis, performing the worst case and the good case analysis, right? Loss of business, if any such interruption got, like your systems got hacked or any particular portal gets hijacked. So what are the plans? You do not have that, right? Cease to operate. If any particular major issue gets happened, so there might be cessation of operations also, right? Recommended actions, implement disaster recovery plan, strategic level, focus on overall business activities. Okay, strategic level focus on overall business activities. Speaker note 3, you can see here that there is, you can say here that there is a lack of awareness, okay, at board level of importance of information systems and ensuring continuity of these systems. It's unawareness, right? It's unawareness. Okay. So it should be our one of our aim, huh? It should be one of our aim. We need to have plans in place to ensure business continuity, right? To ensure business continuity should a disaster take in place. So should not be thinking of the continuity, we should implementing the continuity, right? Teams highlight will not be able to cater any particular issue if in case such incident happens. Okay, this may result in business operations and get this may result in business operations gets hindered. Okay, might get cessation of operations for a particular period of time, which would allow, which would result in the business affected in shape of losses. Okay, so we'd have an impact on losses, right? In the worst case, highlight could get out of business if the impact is severe and not dealt appropriately. Okay, so recommended actions now should at spot. Now see the wordings. You might get out of business. You might get lost. These are the commercial documents, right? The board must implement disaster recovery plan as well as business continuity plan. Make sure in cases of worst scenarios, Highlight is able to deal and close the issue without getting out of business. Okay. Similarly, the strategic level focus on these issues would create and control an environment within the entity that each and everyone would take care of the policies and plans which gets implemented in Highlight, considering that board emphasizes that much importance on particular issues. So see, for 15 marks, we have to write 3 slides. This was result in half of the marks, right? So if a student has asked, her if I have only 5 minutes, so can I write the slides and do not describe it? So yeah, you'll get the half of the marks, I must say. So this will be really beneficial for you if you guys have attempted this question like this, and this would give you the maximum marks, around 12 to 13 marks, right? So any particular questions? We have finally completed the question named as highlight, right? We have finally completed that. And if there are any particular questions, you guys can ask me. So I'll upload the answer of mine attempted as well as examiner answer. Don't worry on that. Huh? I'll upload the answer on LMS, mine attempted answer as well as the examiner answer. So you guys must have an idea that what examiner has told. In fact, I'll show you the examiner answer here so that, sorry, highlight complete slides. Okay. So we have solved the slides as well. Now just let's revise on the questions that we have got here. Let's just have an eye on the questions. Huh? The questions was quite interesting. In the first requirement, they asked you to implement model highlight, or sorry, pod diamond. They want you to perform SFA for acquisition. Then they dived into press release of the allegations have been raised. Then they dived into roles and benefit of integrated reporting. Then they want you to do some disruptive technology analysis. And the last one is the risk, right? So see, each and every section, while teaching the theory, I've told you, these all are part of the other sections, right? So it gets you here. Now, if you can see after the question, there is my sample answer. I won't say the sample, I'll say sample points. I've made some points like what can we discuss in diamond model? Like I could have avoided implementing the diamond model, or I could have asked to just mention the reasons that why we are successful in DLAN. I could have mentioned those reasons. I'm not saying these are the drafted answer. This is just the pointers that we can have an idea, right? This is the planners that students have to make. I've made sure that I give you the planner of each and every question so that if you guys stuck that particular requirement, you go to the planner and type your answers, right? Similarly, evaluation, suitability, feasibility, acceptability. So I've made the detailed planners, right, of each and every question. Apart from that, you can see, you can read this, and some of the students, what they do is they do read the question, then they see my planner and then draft. So they get some extra points here. So this is how the practice gets made. Just remember one thing, huh? Just remember one thing, that seeing these classes are good. Seeing these questions being solved by me are good. But if these questions are being solved by you and checked by me, this is really good. This will get you some scoring marks. This will get you some distinctions, right? So make sure you are on the second part. You can see the answers. I'm solving it for you to give you the drafting tactics. But the thing is, if you solve and gets checked by me, that's pretty more enhanceable, right? And lastly, you can see here that I've got the examiner answer also, in which there is a planner being made by examiner. You can see this point also. It's written here. You can see that it is always not possible to publish suggested answer. So they are criticizing themselves that we cannot publish suggested answers that cover all valid points, right? Credit will be given to the candidates for points not included in the suggested answer, but nevertheless are relevant. So every relevant point will get marked. In integrated case study examinations, point made in one questions can be reintroduced or fully developed in other questions, but they should be specific to the, so repetition of point can be made if they are specific.
The suggested answer presented below gives much more detail that would be expected from the students under examination conditions. So don't follow the examiner answer, just learn from them. You cannot write like examiner in exam conditions, right? Similarly, they may also have used particular approach or model, which should not be taken as only approach or model. Models are not necessary. See, all the things I have told it to you, right? Different approaches and structuring of answer are expected, and full credit will be given to relevant appropriate solutions of tasks given. The answer provided here are therefore intended to support revision and tuition for future. Finally, it should be noted that candidates will not get full professional marks in a task requirement if they have not presented their answers according to the format. If a task is to complete using a report of evaluation skills, and then the answer met the specific stated evaluation criteria, will not earn the professional skills mark if the report format is not used. So formats are important. So this was the case written in, and you can read this examiner answers as well, right? You can read this examiner answer as well. But here at last, there's a planner that all valid points mentioned here. See, all valid point mentioned here. Similarly, all valid points of B part mentioned here. Similarly, all valid points of 2A to B. So you can, if you have written a particular point and you think that examiner answer doesn't cover this, you can go in the marking strip and check whether that valid point is covered or not, right? Whether that valid point is covered or not. So this is the case, guys, right? This is the case. And we have covered this particular class. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed. And we have attempted this complete past paper. Now you can solve your past papers by yourself and send it to me for checking, and we'll have a detailed discussion on it, right? So that's all from my side. See you in the next class where I bring another particular past paper from another industry so that we can have a solution of that. Okay, thank you.